Hello, my beauties. Hello. No more flash floods for you, Jesus. Come on, New Jersey, get your shit together with your goddamn flash floods. Mother Nature, knock it the fuck off. We would ask you to knock it the fuck off for Lisa and Cannoli's sake. Mother Nature, we'd appreciate it if you would just knock it off. Knock it off. I will give everybody a second to roll in here. So when I checked the dockets last night, Judge Gilday had moved some things off the docket, right? So I got my board here. I'm going to have my husband put it on the wall today. But I got my board. So now I can, write the court dates and whatnot. And so right this second, at least for July, I'm doing it month by month here, folks. So that's what I got to do. I got July 10th, which is tomorrow, with Judge Gilday. Okay. Oh, the poor chickens. Although I'm not going to lie, I had breakfast pretty early and I'm starving right now. I never have the time to make lunch before this, or also, to be fair, I do it for the whole family. So usually the kids don't want what I'm going to make, and they just want to make a sandwich or Easy Mac or whatever. They want to wait. But for right now, I have July 10th, right? July 10th is the first one we get with Judge Gilday, which is tomorrow. So yes, of course, we'll cover that. The next one after that is July 13th. And that one is with Judge Doolin for some more rulings on Karen's phones again. Then July 17th, I believe that's the anti-SLAPP hearing. And then July 20th is the Sewers criminal case and his joke of a mega motion, which fails on its face anyway. In the meantime, I'm going to tell you this little tidbit of information, this little tidbit of tea. He's not having such a good time right now. Yeah, he's not having such a good time. That's all I can say right now, but he's just not having a good time at the moment. I love that for him, though. I love that for him. He had no problem affecting my income and my ability to take care of my family with rules and with just bold-faced lies and nonsense, simply because I didn't lie for him. And I still haven't recovered from that. I still have people who just repeat the shit that he said that simply isn't true. And it's wild as fuck to me, right? And so I love that for him. I hope that every victim of his drains his entire fucking bank accounts and puts a lien on his goddamn house. Because he has many victims, many of which, like myself, didn't sue because it would be very pricey and we don't have the money to do so. So I hope that all the rest of the victims, on the behalf of those of us who couldn't, drain every fucking penny, every asset that fucker owns. And I can tell you, he's not having a good time lately. That's very true. It is work security for you. I forgot about that. Work security for you. I totally forgot. We are here to keep you company. Don't worry. If you need me, you call me. I sent you my number so you have it. Even if I'm not live, you can call me and I will sit on the phone with you until it passes. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. A fake tear. Hold on. Let's fake. Hold on. Fake tear. Fake tear for him. He gets a fake tear. We tattoo one with a pen on my face. Just a fake one for him. I mean, to be fair, he still will not answer my phone calls or questions. I mean, we called him twice. Well, technically 3 times, one on each number, and then another. We had some backup questions. So yeah, we did that, and he does not want to answer our questions. He wants people to talk about his case, but he doesn't want to answer any questions about his case or his events, for that matter. I need to know, in this event, you have just announced that there's going to be a Q&A. There's going to be a fucking Q&A. So my question is this. If there's going to be a Q&A session that you have now announced for your golf tournament, do I have to pay $5 or more for a second question? Asking for a friend. Just, do I only get one question that I can ask anything? Because you can ask anything. So cool. Do I get only one question, or do I have to pay $5 or more for the second one? I mean, it's a very important question. Independent media wants to know. We need to know. We need to know the answers to these things, okay? We do. We need to know the answers. Also, I saw a little bit of the Shenannies yesterday. You're welcome, darling. Saw a little bit of the Shenannies yesterday with Timma. Now, I will say this much. Timma has not been so nice to me, you know, because he was once in the turtle cult and, like, I was the devil because Aiden said so. But unlike Aiden, I am not someone who doesn't understand the complexities of a cult and how manipulation is used to sort of rein people in. And so I preemptively, you know, without him saying anything, without him asking, or without him saying, like, hey, I apologize. I don't know if he would ever even apologize, but preemptively, without him asking that, like, I forgive you. Because nobody, and I mean nobody, deserves to be dragged with nonsense. I lived it. I know what it's like. I continue to live it because I don't dare quit and disappear, right? And I'll continue to live it because I don't just quit and disappear. That's his tactic, to make people quit and disappear, drain their way to make money, make sure people don't donate to them or people get too afraid to. Like, this is how far he'll go. He will literally message people, okay, and say, if you donate to this person, I will drag you. That's how fucked up he is, right? Like, that's the length that he has gone to try to shut people like me up. And unfortunately for him, you can affect the income all you want. I'm never, ever going to stop telling the truth. When it comes to you, you're a deplorable human being. You are the most evil of evil. And karma is knocking at your door. It is knocking. It's been knocking for quite some time. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't expect him to apologize. I don't expect Timma to apologize. I just preemptively forgive all these people that did that shit. Because unlike Aiden, I'm not someone that wouldn't help someone else that is getting shit on by a sewer turtle because they said some mean things about me because they parroted him. This is the man who wants everyone to be so afraid of him.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
That guy. That's the guy. It's the guy who's like, man, be afraid of me. I'll smear you. Timmy.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
So it was sort of brought to my attention, of course, that Aiden just spewed nonsensical bullshit, you know, about this guy. Maybe he'll auction off all questions and answers. That's a possibility, right? Questions must be pre-approved. Said you can ask anything. That's what he said. Girl, don't cry. We're here. We got you. Don't worry. Stay upstairs. Make sure you get a window open, at least cracked. Because God forbid water started rushing in. The water can keep the window shut. You know, we want you safe. Try to keep anything around you that's buoy or floatable in any way. You know, think about even a pair of pants, my friend, in an emergency will float. If you hold them off, hold them underwater and close them, you can put them around you and tie them like a flotation device, and it'll work in an emergency. Fun fact, in case anyone didn't know, that's a fun fact for you, Lisa. Like, just try to keep anything around you that could float in the worst case scenario. You're going to need something that you can hold on to. And like I said, even a pair of pants, pair of jeans, realistically, I put a pair of jeans on. A pair of jeans will hold air and water, and you can tie the legs and then put it over you as like a flotation device in an emergency. There's flash flooding there in Jersey, where she lives, and there has been for a couple of days. The PJs collapsed over there. It was horrible. So it's scary. I had a friend who used to live in Tornado Alley, and she would literally call me from her bathtub. So I have experience in this. Sit on the phone with her while she was in the bathtub. just covered with the mattress for hours and hours because those sirens would just start going off. And the only thing you can do is do what you're supposed to, right? So she would literally just be so afraid, and I'd just be on the phone with her while she was in her bathtub. Like, you know, she's in a flash flood area, and they've been getting some really bad flash flooding over there the past couple of days. Oh my God, that's horrible. A tree fell in a house last night, trapping the owner upstairs under it. Part of the house collapsed. Owner was okay. Thank God. Thank God. I'll show you in a second which guy. I mean, why is the comments are covering my face? Maybe I'll just put them over there. Yeah, that's why I said keep anything close to you that floats. Put a pair of jeans on. And I'm thinking literally a cooler. Okay, when not all else fails, a cooler. Anything floatable, anything that you can blow up. If you have a blow up freaking pillow for your shower, like keep that near you. It'll help in a pickle. Like anything, rope, you know, anything that's I'm trying to think to myself now, like what would I even have in my house? It's floatable. I have a floatable cooler for Sacco, but God knows if that even has a hole in it or whatnot. But even the lid to that is floatable, you know. If you got any pool floaties, noodles, kickboard, anything. Yeah, yes, exactly. Want you safe, and we're at least here. Hey, girl, we're at least here to get you through it. But I think in a very, very emergency, I learned a long time ago that even a pair of jeans, if you fill it up with water, like if you put it under the water, it'll fill up with like air and water, and you tie it, and you tie the legs together, and you put it over you. Beach balls, yep. Anything. You know what? This is a good question to ask this. Hold on. Let's see. What does it say? It says, let's see. Okay. Best household items to float. Plastic storage totes with lids, especially the large ones with trapped air, large coolers, empty and shut, air mattresses, if already inflated, pool floats and inflatable pool toys, inflatable kiddie pools, large exercise yoga balls, hollow core interior doors. Many float surprisingly well. Thick foam couch cushions, not memory foam. Large plastic trash cans with lids sealed on. Things that can help with flotation: empty, tightly capped plastic water or soda bottles inside a backpack or a duffel bag. So you can fill a duffel bag or a backpack with empty water bottles and soda bottles. Foam camping sleeping pads, pool noodles bundled together, boogie boards or surfboards, what not to use, but people think will float. Wooden furniture, it can become like waterlogged or tip over. Mattresses, especially memory foam or pillow top, those will not float. Cardboard boxes, suitcases, unless they're airtight. Office chairs, electronics or appliances, garbage bag filled with clothes, they can leak. It's not a good option. You just got to move to the highest floor, the highest ground immediately. Don't walk or drive through moving floodwater. Wear a life jacket if you have one. If you must use something that floats, stay with it rather than trying to swim long distances. Good emergency tip is to keep life jacket, whistle, flashlight, and phone in watch. So yeah, that doesn't really help anyone. Those are all things that you can keep near you. I mean, I guess what the quickest option, I guess, would be empty water bottles and soda bottles, and you put them in a duffel or a backpack, zip it up. Because those, you can hold on to it and sort of take, if it's a duffel, take the strap of the duffel and put it around you, and then the empty bottles will float, and you can sort of hold on to it if necessary. Keep the window at least cracked open, because God forbid what water did come rushing in, it can keep the window shut with the pressure from the water. So if it's already a little bit open, you can just open and out if you need to. You know, I haven't been through a flood, but I've been through a fire, and it sucked. It sucked real bad. Still haven't recovered from that. And so believe me, I know what that that sort of fear feels like. It's debilitating, literally debilitating. It just feels like constant panic, almost like a constant panic attack that just doesn't go away until it's over, until you know you're safe, until you're 100% no. I feel like if there was a way for you to get out of there, I'd be like, just drive here. You know what I mean? You drive here. Not that I'm nearby, but hey, 6 or 8 hours is better than sitting in flash flood zones, you know? But I doubt right now you'd be able to get out, so that's the issue with that. Most people are just kind of stuck where they are at the moment until they recede. Let's see if we can see when it might end. It's supposed to rain here tomorrow at some point. Let's see. The worst of the current flash flooding should ease as the heaviest thunderstorms move through. Timing depends on where you are in the state. This evening, the greatest flash flood threat is expected during the afternoon and evening while thunderstorms are active. Later tonight, the flood risk should gradually decrease as storms weaken and move out, although some roads may remain flooded for several hours after. After the rain ends, floodwaters can linger, especially in low-lying areas, underpasses, and along small streams, so don't assume roads are safe just because the rain stops. If you're in an area with a flash flood warning, the safest course is to stay where you are. If it's safe to do so, avoid driving and don't attempt to drive through flooded roadways. Yeah, staying in place is definitely the best option unless, you know, you have to leave, you know? That's how I learned how to swim, Corn Dead, was I was thrown in the deep end of a pool. I kid you not. I did not know how to swim. And one of my cousins was like, well, you're going to learn today, and just dumped me in the deep end of the pool. I mean, he stood at the edge, but still, like, I had to, you know, swim up. That's how I learned how to fucking swim. That's how I learned how to goddamn swim, was that. I was wondering why my rug isn't working to stop my chair. Maybe because I need to move it up. Jeez. Oh, my backpack. I've got a stool here. Stool. I need you to move. Dare you to move. Oh, that song. Dare you to move. Okay. Yeah, that's scary. Definitely scary. That would scare me. That's for sure. Yeah, tie each end of the pant leg in a knot. And then you put it over your head and you hold this part. And then you keep sort of filling it with water every so often when it deflates. Throw over your neck and blow air through the zipper. You can do that too, but you can just fill it with like air and water. Or, yeah, 2 inches an hour. That's a lot. It's a lot. 2 inches an hour is a lot. I think they got like 6 inches in like an hour or two the other day. I've seen flood. We've had like flood waters, but nothing that's actually went into the thing. Yeah, those are the best ideas I could come up with. I think the duffel bag or the backpack with the empty water bottles and soda bottles are probably the best option there. Trying to think about Noli. If you don't have a dog life jacket, canoe, kayak, small boat, large plastic cooler, empty and latched for a small dog. Large plastic storage tote with secure lid can work temporarily for a small or medium dog if it's stable, not overloaded. Inflatable raptor full float. If you have no life jacket, improvise. But these are only emergency measures: an inflated air mattress, foam, couch cushions, but not memory foam. Boogie board or surfboard, pool noodles, tie them together. Can be tied around a rigid object to increase the buoyancy. For a small dog, you can place them in a plastic tote, a sturdy laundry basket secured to a floating object, and a pet carrier that's attached to a buoyant platform. carrier itself should not be relied on to float. So you could put pool noodles sort of around the bottom of it and tie them together, you know, and that would help it float. Keep a leash or harness on them if it's safe to do so, but don't wrap the leash around your hand or body. Fast-moving water can pull you both under. Encourage them to swim beside a floating object or onto a raft if one is available. Attach an ID tag if they are not already wearing one. Yeah, plastic tote, I think, would be probably the best option for him. Yeah, I started doing that after we had like it was like a mini tornado. It was like, I kid you not, it was like, it's probably like 4 feet tall when I was a kid. We lived closer to Marshfield, and there were like these tiny mini tornadoes. So it created floodwaters in the parking lot of the apartment complex we lived at. The water was up to like the bottom of the doors on cars. And so after that, like there was storm drains, but they were overfilled or there was like leaves. So now anytime I have one of those in my house, I make sure they're like cleaned out and not obstructed, you know. It's just subconsciously one of those things that you kind of do when you had to deal with something like that. It just reminds you in your head, you're like, man, I don't want to take the chance that's going to happen, you know. It's like shoveling out the fire hydrants in the wintertime. Like, a lot of people don't do it and then they're just buried. Although I do think that, you know, the fire department or the DPW should be out there doing it. Some cities like mine expect that you're going to do it, like that the residents are all going to do it, which is wild to expect residents to do it, because resident is going to assume another resident's doing it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Okay. Let's get Lisa and Cannoli laughing about some stuff so they don't have to just be in panic mode here constantly. Let's get you laughing about some stuff. Let me go back up here for a second before I. Whoop, what just happened? What just happened? All right. While I'm looking for something, we're gonna play a fun game. I'm looking for something to bring up to show you guys, but while I'm doing that, I got a fun game for you, right? This is one of my interactive, fun things I do once in a blue moon with my chat, called breaking, right? Breaking. It's like a headline. Finish this headline. I'm going to type in the chat something, and you guys are going to finish the headline, right? And then I will read them. Some people come up with the funniest shit. All right, I had one ready. That is the one. The next one is pretty good too. This one is Turtle Boy accidentally. Breaking! Turtle Boy accidentally. Now, this is satire, folks. This is satire. This is meant for satire. It's meant for educational purposes and funny purposes, comedic purposes. Okay? These are not real headlines. I mean, they could be one day, but they're not right now. So, peed his pants. Breaking! Turtle Boy accidentally peed his pants. That's a good one.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
Space Ghost said, tell the truth. Told the truth for once. Justice in Space Ghost said, told the truth for once. Told the truth. Accidentally told the truth. Drank tooth serum. I can't. These are always fun because people always come up with the funniest shit. That too. Put some bright colored clothes on too. Red, yellow, green. Those are important. Look at you both, right after another. Great minds. Little boy accidentally locked himself out of the house, calls police for a key. Did call them over a missing shoe, right? He did do that. It was a missing shoe, right? So it wouldn't be out of pocket for him to have called the police for a key, even when he has a code. Because I don't have keys to my apartment. I have code. I have a pin pad. Replied all. Realized his stolen shoe was on his foot. Called TT and speed dial. Imagine. Hello. Elise's House of Horrors. We don't suck them, we fuck them. Quincy Moore. We don't bag them, we check them. Imagine. Accidentally paid for dinner. It's got to be 2 for 20. 2 for 20. It's got to be a 2 for 20. It's got to be 2 for 20. He only does, you know, Chili's baby back rib barbecue sauce. Yeah. Because he's the baby back bitch. Baby back bitch. Paid for dinner. He got chicken nug nugs for better row only. Turtle boy accidentally. Gotta think about this. Let me see. Let me see. Gotta come up with a good one. Sorry, I gotta answer this person. We always have incoming information, and I never want anybody to think I'm ignoring them. So, I accidentally paid for dinner. That was a good one. Ooh. I got one. I'm sorry, I'm chuckling thinking about it. Accidentally hit refresh so many times his browser filed a complaint. That motherfucker be on like literal 15, 18 hours of social media. Like with like 4 hours of sleep. He did say he wanted in Gen Pop. He accidentally bookmarked his own post as breaking news. Breaking news! Accidentally. Ooh, turned a 5-minute update into a fucking trilogy. Into an actual trilogy. Accidentally forgot what tangent he was on and started a new one. Accidentally argued with a headline he wrote himself. He can't remember his own lines. He accidentally might have scheduled today's breaking news for tomorrow, or tomorrow's breaking news for today. He accidentally said something nice, right? Accidentally on purpose. You know what? I got a good one. Maybe he accidentally argued with his own screenshot. He's done something similar where he'll argue that his own words weren't what he meant. That's not what he meant at all. What he really meant was, you know, this thing that's so wild and makes no sense, right? So accidentally argued with his own fucking screenshot. Yep, did that. Announced an announcement about an upcoming announcement. Fucked around and found out he was about to find out about finding out. showed the receipts for his fundraiser showing in the negative. Accidentally showed that Meredith had nothing to do with the recording and that he's just a big fat lying liar that lies. Accidentally sought help. I don't think we'll see that one in our lifetimes, but it's a fun one to think about. It is a fun one to think about, that's for sure. Oh, accidentally made a flowchart that needed its own sequel. I bet he did that. Accidentally opened 47 tabs and claimed they were organized. The sewer crew organized those for me. Accidentally started reading the chat and completely fucking forgot the topic when he tells someone to die in a hole. Die in a hole. It's gonna just cover you with dirt. You're gonna die in a hole. Accidentally agreed with someone for like 3 whole seconds and then took it back. I was like, wait, no, just kidding. That makes me look bad. Just kidding. Accidentally went to rehab with Proctor. I can't. I fucking get on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Spent 20 minutes looking for the receipts folder. The one he has on his computer with all of his fake receipts. I think my favorite one so far is argued with a headline he wrote himself. That one is gold. I don't know where that just popped out of my head. Argued with a headline he wrote himself. He forgets all his lies. Wore non-platform shoes. Accidentally forgot to wear his platform shoes that day. He accidentally actually investigated a story. Ooh, accidentally got a computer virus. That's a good one. They do need to be cell buds. I think they would be great friends, to be truthful. I think a lot of people nailed that when they were like, if it wasn't him trying to shit on someone, they would be great friends. Like, that's real life, you know? Just saying. Okay, what about this one? Let's try a new one. Let's try. I had one thought of. Fuck. Oh, I got one. Okay, ready? What about this one? Just saying. It's a pretty good one. That is a pretty good one. Ethel announces. She got a whole milk brand deal. Whole Milk has now sponsored Ethel Machado. Imagine. Announces her appointment as Veterans Fundraising Chair. She's pregnant. That's what she's pregnant. I can't. Announces she's holding a press conference about absolutely nothing. She announces an emergency meeting to discuss yesterday's emergency meeting. The Citizens Committee on Internet Trauma. That the coffee machine is under investigation. She announces mandatory daily internet roll call, bitches. Roll call. Duncan got an RO against her. She never really had any hair for auto bios. I can't. I cannot. I can't. I can't. I can't. A mandatory meeting of the Neighborhood Complaint Committee, of which she is the chair. The complaint committee. So we get complaint committee, please. Part of her endorsement of Jameson for Fall River Muckety Muck. Her endorsement of Jameson's pool. Pool noodles. Her endorsement of pool noodles. Pool noodles and rulers. New sponsor for whole milk, pistachio, calorie-free beverages. Beverages. I can't. A new professional comment reader certification. a bring your own screenshots picnic. Bring your own screenshots, everyone. It's going to be a picnic. Bring your whole milk and your caramel macchiatos. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it. She announces a new hotline for reporting excessive internet chaos. I'm going to need everyone to leave me alone. You can now report your internet chaos through me, Ethel Machado. Sponsored by the letter K. K is for kangaroo. You guys remember that on Sesame Street where they would do like sponsored by the letter whatever, like C. C is for cookie. They would do a whole thing with the letter for the whole day. Should make a good tour guide for Lizzie Borden knows. Oh my God, imagine. This is for the picnic. This is for the committee. Taking notes. Committee, the complaint committee. Internet chaos complaint committee. We don't like this. We don't like what she said. We're going to write it down. How dare she? Twisted, how dare you? You're just a meanie poopy face. Twisted, meanie, poopy face. I'm telling Aiden. Duly noted, Ethel. Duly noted. Duly noted. Call that little dick nose prick. Box truck protest meeting. Yeah, that's a good one. I like it. I like it. I like it a
lot. I need to speak to the manager of reality. To Ethel's internet chaos.
Chaos Complaint Committee, run by Apple. This is a good announcement. I'm announcing the Internet Chaos Committee. It's a complaint committee. Take complaints. Pool noodles, size of your pool, whatever. Box trucks on your personal land. Take all the complaints. Take them all. We do it. All of it. Take complaints about whole milk, macchiatos, society coffee. We take complaints about no fucking icing on a cinnamon bun. We're very upset about that one. It angers us to the core. We're angry. We're upset. Take it to the complaints. The owner of the complaints. I'm trying to pull something, but I am distracted. Get distracted by playing these games with you. President of Neighborhood Watch. She got a flashlight. You're looking kind of suspicious in there, sir. What are you doing? It's me, Turtleboy. Sir, what are you doing in there? You look kind of sus. Ethel, I still can't find the shoe. Call the cops. Meredith stole the shoe. I don't have the key fob. I don't have the shoe. Aiden had to drive the car. She still stole the key fob. I drove it in the air, you know? It's the new flying car. New flying Lexus. God, you're so stupid, Ethel. God. You should know. It doesn't need a key fob. It flies with my brain. Just tell it what to do and it does it. Just neighborhood watching Aiden's neighborhood. Imagine. My God. How many pool noodles you got in there, sir? That's one too many pool noodles. So I got lots of, she announces she's running for mayor. She finally got a job as a repo woman. Somebody repoed her fucking common sense a long time ago. They're like, yeah, no, but you don't deserve this. We're taking this back. We're repoing that shit right out your brain. We ain't got no common sense no more. No mo, no mo, no mo, no mo. Hit the road, Ethel. Don't you come back no mo. Poor Jameson. Probably got 5 new ring cameras outside his house. This bitch. I'm trying to measure my motherfucking pool again.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
Now she's filing for an R on you for dethroning her as the whiteboard queen. I don't use my whiteboard for Horizon social charts. But if I was going to, Ethel would be not even on the board. She'd be on the floor. Okay? You know who's at the top? Me. Because I'm amazing and awesome. Me. I'm at the top. Me, bitches. Me. Me. Sound familiar? Sound familiar, anyone? Imagine. God. My God. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Almighty. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. I had my kids use. I remember one time, my oldest was, I'd say she was probably 5 maybe. And she heard my grandmother say it. My grandmother said, Jesus Christ. I said, oh, don't do that. Don't be saying the Lord's name in vain. I said, you can say cheese and rice. So that's what the kids would say, cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Jeez, man, jeez. All right. We do have some Twitter too. So there's been some wild shit going on with Aiden, and I'll show you his like wild, nonsensical bullshit with this poor guy here, Timma, that he's just like throwing all this false information out about, which again doesn't shock me because that's who he is, you know. But wild that he's doing it.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Announced she and Meredith are friends now. Meredith is way too smart for that. Too smart to be friends with Ethel. Ethel's a disgrace. She claims she doesn't like being mean. She likes satire and jokes, but she doesn't like being mean. But only she can do the satire and the joking. Only she can talk on the interwebs. Only she can do that. She can only talk on the interwebs about her kids and her family and her life and everything else. None of us can talk on the interwebs and do that because she's fabulous and amazing and better than everyone. Duh.
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
My God, she didn't. She was on repeat this AM about other YouTubers talking about her and talking to them and about sending screenshots to Turtle. Wait, she sent screenshots? The loopy loops are never ending. Thought my dad's name was Jesus Christ for a long time when I was a little girl because my mom always shouted, but that's hilarious. That is so cute. That is so cute. Imagine. That's your name, Jesus. Your name is Jesus. My grandfather, when he would get mad, he would say bullshit, and then he would say my grandmother's name. He'd say Mary Lou, right? And so it's literally a running joke in my family now. My grandfather's been gone since I was 17, almost 18. But it's a running joke in my family now that when anyone says bullshit, they have to say my grandmother's name after it. They have to say Mary Lou. They have to say bullshit, Mary Lou. So if I say bullshit, my husband will be like Mary Lou. My sister says bullshit, I'll say Mary Lou. If I say bullshit, she'll say Mary Lou. Because my grandfather would just get pissed. He'd be like, bullshit, Mary Lou. Stop. He didn't care. Just bullshit, Mary Lou. God damn it. And now she got a job as a barista. She made Dunkin' amazing. The best Dunkin' ever. And she, well, that's, I mean, on par, right? On par. On par. We do satire here. You know, we give some truth and then we give some satire. Our breaking news are satire. These are for satire purposes. are for satire purposes, but for comedy gold. Comedy gold. Okay. Ooh, this is a good one. Breaking news. Ready? Here we go. Now I'm actually going to focus this time and get the things I want to pull up while you guys give me the answers to these, okay? Here we go. You guys give me your satire breaking news stories for what would go after the newest sewer code rule is. Also, I will remind you, amazing folks, to do me a favor, because I've been 47 minutes in here and I still haven't done this yet because I'm so bad at this. I'm just saying, I forget, and it's Thursday, and you have to just cross your fingers and hope Thursday's a good day for the show. But to hit the like button and subscribe. Those things are free. If you're not already subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. We would love to have you. If you're one of our viewers that always watch us on X, please join us over here on YouTube. It's so much fun in the live chat. You will have so much fun, I promise. You will love the community. You will love the peoples. The peoples will love you. We have a great mix of people who think Karen's innocent, people who think she's guilty, and guess what? Everyone gets along. They get along. Want to know why? Because we can exist as one without shitting on each other. You know? Just saying. But if you can, we would very much appreciate if you can donate to the channel. We are a small channel. We are just a small channel. We're just a little guy. And unlike Ethel Machado, we don't think that we're the biggest or most amazing, and we certainly don't bring in $5 or $10 or even $4 or even $3,000 a month. We bring in much less because we're small and humble, and we know this, right? But we also depend on the kindness of all of our viewers and the people who support us to donate so that we can keep running, right? Like what little we do make here has to cover costs, and then, you know, things like toilet paper, food, basic necessities. So we appreciate any and all who can give. We understand that not everybody can, but if you can, we would greatly appreciate it. And we have a bunch of different options for you to do so. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a link. It's called our Justice Chats. They're pinned to the top of the chat. They're in the description of the video, and you can use Apple Pay for that or any debit or credit card for that. Someone actually just reminded me. It popped into my head when Capybara sent that gift to my daughter of Audible, which was so freaking nice, and my daughter was so happy to get that Audible so that she could listen, because she's blind, listen to books. She used to love to read books, and so now she can listen to the books, which she loves. But it reminded me too that the other option is using email. So I guess you can email, like instant email of like gift cards or Amazon or whatever. You can just instantly email it to someone. And I forgot that was an option. Like that is an option. Because people always are like, oh, there are gift cards on your list, but is there a faster way to get it to you? And I'm like, shit, I didn't even. Like, yes, having the hard card is definitely helpful when you go out, but I don't drive, and a lot of things have to be delivered to my house. So it's definitely helpful to just have one anyway you can use online, you know? All right. Oh, God. The newest sewer cult rule is no teasing Baker, right? Turtle Boy was right in every chat. It's an order. Minimum $100 turtle chats. Always wear flats. No more platform shoes. Address him as your majesty. No talking about anything but him and his cases. Must breed and sell pet turtles. I can't. Must cook him a meal of food. No one can say a meal of food. You guys are killing me. You guys are freaking killing me. Oh my God, this person is not too smart. There are some people on Twitter that I'm just like, I can't argue with stupidity at this point. I simply cannot do it. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. I sort of I commented on something and was like, this person was like, oh, Adam Deach said this person commented on someone else's who commented on the thing about Deach saying he only talked to David Yannetti and Alan Jackson, and that he had several messages with the O'Keefes. Now I know for 1,000% fact he only ever answered one email. It was generic, and then he ghosted the family after that. Never answered a phone call. Never answered another email. So this person is like, actually, he has stated that he had emails with Paul O'Keefe, but not met in person. So what you're saying is not true. Then replying to that person. So I commented under and said there was one email in response to Paul, and a generic response, and then they were ghosted and ignored. So he in fact lied. And this person's like, really? How do you know this? You seen the emails, or you're making your shit up? Now, mind you, this is the same person that just took what he publicly stated with no evidence whatsoever that, well, he said he had several emails with them. So you don't ask him for receipts, right? But now you're saying to me, how do you know this? You seen the emails, you're making your shit up. I don't make shit up. Most of y'all know I don't make shit up. I don't need to make shit up. There's really no reason for me to make shit up. Also, it's going to be public at some point, and I get to go, I told you so, right? I told you so, right? So they're like, meh. You seen the emails, you're making this shit up. It's been stated they've had emails back and forth, and Adam said he would meet him. So Adam said is good enough for you when you like the answer. But when I say that is not true, that's not good enough because you don't like the answer. Duly noted, right? So I responded and was like, is that a serious question? Like, do you must not know like who I am. I said, Deach replied to one email and then goes to the family. That is 1,000% fact. You can choose to believe it or you don't have to, right? When it's all eventually public, don't say that I didn't tell you, right? It's that simple. I said, also, I don't make shit up. Anyone who knows who I am knows I don't just make shit up. There is no reason for me to lie, but Adam here has more than one reason and did lie. Ask him to clarify if he only responded to one, then ghosted them. He won't answer because he knows it'll be public soon through the lawsuits, right? Then this person's like, we will see, won't we? I don't know you, nor do I want to. When you stand up for the real killers, what you see means nothing to me. So once again, no receipts on saying any of that, right? You just get to say all sorts of wild, nonsensical shit that makes no sense, and you're totally acceptably okay with that because that person said it. But for me, you need the cold, hard, get the fuck out of here, right? I said, okay, just more laughs for you later. I told you so seems to be something people love to hear. I love saying I told you so to some of you who refuse to open their eyes or have a civil conversation that you clearly are not capable of. I said, by the way, I have great relationships with creators and people like on both sides of this issue, and they all know I wouldn't lie. I said, stay in the cult, keep your eyes shut. It won't change the facts. The world gets to see. Adam lied, and I don't want a liar in Norfolk County as a DA, nor do my family or friends. Yeah, they want receipts, but you don't want receipts for Adam saying it. Why don't you take the 2 seconds and ask Adam to clarify? He won't answer. He won't. He won't. He won't. She said, we will see, won't we? I don't know you. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm going by your public statement, which is hearsay. Lady, you clearly have no idea what hearsay is or even what it means. I love when people use terms that they don't know. It's amazing to me. Like, dude, I have no reason to lie. Everybody on both sides knows I have no reason to lie about that, nor would I lie about that. Adam Deach, in fact, lied. And if he's going to lie about something so mundane, I don't fucking want him in office, right? He's lied twice now, publicly. The fuck would I want him in office for? Everyone must change their avatar to TV's O-Face. Oh my God, no, never. My God, I'd have to bleach my eyeballs for the rest of my life. I'd have to bleach my eyeballs for the rest of my life. They want receipts of an absence of emails. Yes, they would like a double negative. I don't watch him. He said criminal charges can be brought against a leaker. It's a violation. Martin cited the statute. What does he mean? About the person who leaked the information? I mean, yeah, but do you think realistically they're going to do that? Probably not. Probably not. More than likely, Massachusetts is not going to charge someone who leaked the information. It's unfortunate because I feel like they should, but they're not. They're not going to do that, right? I live here. I've never seen them do that. Not once, not ever. And I don't think they're going to start now. Because then they would have to explain why they did that to one person but didn't for many, many others. You know? Many, many, many others. So I'm going to go with, yeah, that's not going to happen. You know, I don't watch Brother Counsel because I feel like his bias is showing. You know, oh, God. Oh, God. What do we got here? I don't even want to know. Do I want to know? Oh, my God. What is it? What happened? What is this? What is going on in this? I don't know. All right. I think we know how that reason worked out for her. She was so confident that she was a tough lady, a mob boss. I'm actually so bummed she dropped the other case. I was so looking forward to it. I actually was looking forward to it too. She was going to look like a buffoon and it was going to be quite funny. What she said.
If anyone does see anything that 5150 or Meredith posts,
Why are you?
I'm not even going to call her 5150. I'm going to.
Oh, now you're not going to call her that because Jeff, you know, said she wasn't going to fall in line. Fall in line. I wouldn't get my hopes up though, Sarah, because they're not going to charge him. Even if he was the one who leaked it, they're not going to charge him because then they'd have to explain why they only charged him and have never charged anyone else with that shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not a thing. Where? Where do you see 6,000? I don't see that. Where? Where? Hold on. I gotta do some checking here. What's going on here? What's going on here? I do not see such a thing. That is not true. Where? Where? Where, my new friend? Where? I see none of that. Okay. I have. Please hold. I do have one donation, but it's not from you. It's not from you. I don't know. That's a good question, Lorelai. I'm not really sure. Where did you donate $6,000 or $1,000 or $100 to the sewer turtle? Oof, I hope you didn't, but if you did, that sucks. That guy is not, you know, not very, very, very nice. He's a mean poopy face. Jessie was here a little bit ago. I think she had to step out to do something real quick, but she will be back. I promise you that. Yeah, I have one donation and it's not from you. Sorry. Every day, second. Could be. I mean, I kind of let them hang around once in a while just to see what they're going to say, you know? I mean, it's weird. It's weird. I mean, I would have been ecstatic, right? I'd take the month off. Fuck, dude. Take a vacation. Take my 3-day vacation to fucking the river. Would have been nice, right? All right. Let's see. I mean, I would love that though, Sarah, to be honest. I would fucking love that. That would be amazing. Okay. Okay, I have a Venmo I'm going to read. Ooh, it's a whopper. This one's a whopper. This is a biggin. This one is $250, and I do know who this is. But we're going to say anonymous because I don't read people's real names. Just a comment. I've commented a lot about this guy lately because he's a loony boon, and I had to make a whole tweet the other day because his Looney Tune ass, right? And so this one says, Barry Joseph Lewis of Port Orange, Florida, is a disgusting pig of a human who harasses women online and in real life. He's a sleazeball, schizophrenic meth addict who's obsessed with one woman in particular. Yes, he's obsessed with Danny. We'll leave her the fuck alone. He's a colossal piece of shit who hasn't showered since 1997. Woof, 1997, bro. That's got to be some stank ass. That's got to be some stank ass. You know, showered since 1997. That's going to be some swampy ass. I mean, wild. Yes, I agree with you. The tweet did cause a shitstorm. Yeah, Barry needs to take several seats to get some serious help. He needs to do something with himself besides fucking harassing people. You know, like, bro, stop harassing a woman who wants nothing to do with you. I can't, like, why are you still trying to get her to contact you, my guy? It's fucking weirdo behavior. Like, why? Like, imagine being you, right? Just put yourself in any shoe of like an opposite person to you, right? Take a friend that you used to be friends with, you don't talk to anymore, right? How weird would it be if that person started fucking stalking you online and doesn't really know really much? Say not even a friend, an acquaintance, someone who was acquaintance. You knew them through someone else you'd never really met in real life. You just kind of chatted online here and there, right? And then all of a sudden, this person you don't want to contact with anymore because you're getting some weird vibes and they're saying some weird shit. So you're just like, no, I'm shutting this down. It's not doing this. Sorry, right? Then all of a sudden, this person is now obsessed. I mean, freaking obsessed with you in your life. Like, they don't take the hint of like, hey, just leave me alone. I don't want to be friends anymore, right? They go into like harassing your family, your exes, your job, your ex's job, your boyfriend's job, your fucking children, like the whole shebang, right? You don't do it once. You don't do threats, actual threats, right? Like this is the lunacy we're dealing with that is very loose, okay? Like that's the lunacy, all right? Now, what in the actual fuck would make somebody think that that is okay behavior? Like anyone, like I'm not understanding. Like what would make anybody think that that is okay? Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Now, poor Nan's had to deal with that loony and fagoonie since last year. And it's like, not necessary. Like, bro, all you have to do is just simply leave her alone. She doesn't want to contact you. She doesn't want anything to do with you. Why keep harassing someone who does not want to talk to you? It's fucking weird. Why keep making up weird conspiracies about them that are not true and have no basis in reality? Once again, most of these people are people who followed who before? Oh, the sewer turtle, right? So they get these wild ideas of what they think they need to do to people because, you know, the cult does it, right? So why can't they do it too? Like, you got to make people comply. And what way to make people comply but threaten them, try to extort them, try to blackmail them, try to harass them so much that they just disappear or they do what you want? That is total cult behavior, okay? Total cult fucking behavior. Why the actual fuck would you keep doing it? Especially when you know cyber stalking is against the law and federal law as well, state and federal law, right? Never mind the fact that you've already been investigated and had issues with cyber stalking someone else before. Why would you do it again? Why? I don't understand. Why? No, he's really not. And that's like the sad part, which is like, listen, I worked in mental health. And like I said, right, it's an accurate assessment, I feel like. There are people who are on the spectrum of like not knowing what they're doing because they're so gone. And I can tell you this because, as most of you know, I worked in the prison system. And here in Massachusetts, it's a little bit different than other states where we only have one jail that is an actual mental health jail / hospital, okay? And other states don't have that. Some states don't have it at all. We only have one, and it's for men, okay? And so that is the jail that I worked at. So for the actually like criminally insane or people who need assessments to see if they can stand trial, so on and so forth, right? So no, you cannot just block them. That's not how it works. And how do I know they're actually cyber stalking? Because I've been helping Nan sort of deal with this asshole for quite some time now. I mean, if you're calling someone's family in real life and you're calling their exes and you're threatening their children and you're fucking calling them from burner numbers and you're sending text messages and DMs from burner accounts and burner numbers, basically saying it's you, like you're sending emails to your fucking saying it's you to the person's exes, to their family, to their boyfriends, to their boyfriend's job, like that's cyber stalking. They live in a completely different state. That is cyber stalking. You are actively cyber stalking someone while you're threatening them. You can't block them. You can't just block them because they use fake accounts and fake numbers and fake fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't, it's not plain stalking though, technically, because they don't live in the same state. So under the law, it's cyber stalking and not regular stalking. Although in Massachusetts, cyber stalking and stalking is the same thing under the state law. So if you cyber stalk someone and use digital means, it's still under the stalking law here in Massachusetts, but she doesn't live here in Massachusetts. So it's different in every state, depending on what state you live in, it's different. He does have a criminal record. Yes, he has a criminal record. A pretty substantial one. He's had issues with cyber stalking people before, right? Like, so it's unfortunate because, like, you know, I've been dealing with people just like him for fucking almost 3 years, or probably about 3 years now. Yeah, we're in 2026, 3 years, right? People from Aiden's cult, right? And I can block them, which is what I do. I block their regular accounts, but they just make fake accounts, right? They just get fake phone numbers. They use text now apps and all that shit. They just make another email. Like, they just circumvent it in the same way that Aiden's been doing all this time. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you can block their original shit, but we need to bring back, I wouldn't say like asylums as they were, but we need to bring back like actual more facilities for people like him, because he's in that category where it's like, yes, he very clearly, in my opinion, has some serious mental health issues. I think anybody with 2 eyes and 2 ears could tell, right? But he's not at the point where he doesn't know what he's doing, right? I worked with people who were like gone, like they couldn't tell reality from not reality, right? They would come from like being at Pembroke and refusing to medicate, which is a hospital, for like 60 or 90 days. So they would be completely fucking not attached to reality. And then you would sort of watch them get on the correct medications. And sometimes we even had to get a court order to like forcibly give them these medications if they kept refusing. Like, this is how far it goes, right? And judges don't like signing those orders. So it's got to be really, really serious, right? And I had this one guy who would, and I kid you not, put a blanket over his head on his bunk, he put a sock on his hand, and he would literally talk to it. And anytime one of us walked by to do count every 15 minutes, my unit was the intake unit. And so we had to do checks every 15 minutes to make sure no one was trying to themselves, right? And he would like pull the blanket up a little with the sock as he's talking to it. And he would look through just a little glass window. And then we have these little things that we can open up and give them food or medication or whatever, right? And so you look through the glass, make sure you have to make sure the person's breathing and alive and just no obstructions, whatever. He would look through the glass. He would be talking to his hand puppet with the thing over his head, but you could still see his face. And he would pull it back a little when he could see the shadow of you checking. And he'd be like, when I get out of here, I'm going to kill you because you're trying to kill me. Like, these people were not attached to reality at all. And like, we have to let them out. They can't just sit in their cells all day, right? Like, there's a certain time they're let out. There's a certain time they got to go back in, so on and so forth. And it's like, this is the kind of stuff I dealt with day in and day out. I will tell you, my husband didn't love when I worked there, but I actually did like working there. I enjoyed being able to watch someone go from like not attached to reality to actually living sort of a productive existence of being attached to reality and realizing, like, you know what I mean? With the right tools, like they can thrive, right? Some of them were amazing artists, I'll tell you that much. Some of them made me some beautiful like drawings and things like that were just to say thank you for just treating them humanely, right? And it's like, I one time sat in a cell for having drugs, so I know what it's like to sit in a cell, right? And now I was on the other side of that, right? And so I guess I had a different sort of perspective than some of the other people who worked there, because I had been the person sitting in a fucking cell at one time. So, you know, some of them know exactly what the fuck they're doing. We have people who are called malingerers, right? And what that is someone who says that they're dealing with mental health and might have something like panic or anxiety or PTSD or something like that that's treatable, but they're not completely gone, right? And they will fake more symptoms to get into our facility because they get a little more leeway in our facility versus the other jails in the area. And so then we have to decide if they're actually need that help or are they malingering, which would be faking, right? And so Barry kind of sits in the category where, yes, he definitely has some mental health issues, but he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing too. Like, he knows the consequences of his actions. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to manipulate. He's trying to gaslight. When I think it was S that called on a welfare check after he faked his death on Twitter. And when they went there, I don't remember if it was that time or a different time, but when they went there, they asked him about like stalking me, and he literally was like, I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Like, no idea at all. Like, Are you for real right now? Like, not only have you sent fucking voice notes screaming and yelling like a psychopath, but you've posted them to your page. You're screaming, you're like to deny it is weird as fuck, bro. That's weird as hell. Like, weird as fuck. And scary. Yes, very scary. Imagine living that lunatic harassing your life every day, right? Like, calling your job. Although Nan runs her own practice, like, imagine if she was a part of someone else's practice and this Looney Tunes McGee is calling her office. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing, bro? Like, the feds. Yeah, the feds. And to be fair, I have contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida. I actually tweeted at them again yesterday after they like released some article about something. I'm like, hey, yeah, you guys want to maybe, do something about the person, the lawyer in New Jersey that's being cyberstalked that I already told you about, that you've done nothing about? You want to do something maybe? Because like hiding your, like, accountability is going to happen. So now instead of like emailing you and letting you know what the fuck is going on and like waiting, I'm just going to keep tagging you publicly because maybe you need some public pressure to do your job. I don't fucking know, right? It's the U.S. Attorney's Office's job to look into that shit if someone brings it to their attention, and yet I haven't heard shit, right? So are you looking into it or are you not? Really, all they have to say is, yes, we're looking into it. We're going to deal with it. But crickets, fucking crickets. So what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing? If you're already busting people for cyber stalking, why is it that we're refusing to look into things that are blatant and right in front of you, right? You know what I mean? Like, if that's what we're going to do, then I will be happy to tag them daily and ask them, any update on that? Like, you're going to do something? Because then at least there's a fucking public record of every time someone said something and they just ignored it. That doesn't look good for a large agency to be ignoring that. And that's what they do, create more online personas, That's very true, Allie. And I would say he was definitely intelligent, and look at all the wild shit Brian Koberger did, They know exactly what they're doing. And I think very absolutely, in my opinion, knows exactly what the fuck he's doing, Well, you can lock down your like credit and shit like that. That's what I did. I locked it down, Yes. And I believe he is one of the ones, like Aiden, that can be extremely fucking dangerous, Like, yeah, exactly. Exactly what I'm saying. Like, after he told the cops he didn't know her, as she says here, he then called and left a nasty message telling her she would regret reporting it to the police. Like, that's a threat, dude. Okay, that's pure fucking bonkers. That's not okay. That's not okay. It is insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, also insanity, right? Like, also fucking insanity. No one, and I mean nobody, should have to deal with that, dude. I know what that's like. I've been dealing with it for 3 fucking years from various lunatics of the sphere of the sewer turtle, bro. Mostly I just laugh at them because it's like, bro, I wish you would show up at my fucking house. I wish you would. Not only are there cameras everywhere, bro, but like, sorry, not sorry. Like, if you showed up to try to do me harm on my own property, you're leaving here in a fucking ambulance and with all your teeth replaced with chiclets. Like, that's happening. Sorry, not sorry. If you try to harm me or my family, you will own 0 teeth. You will now be the new owner of a box of chiclets. That's what the fuck you will have. And if you don't know what chiclets are, they used to be a gum. They were little pieces of gum that were about the size of a tooth, and they were square. That's what they were. I don't know. That's a good question. Apparently, the loophole lawyer, Melanie Little, has some, not for nothing, but Melanie Little has a problem with everybody that isn't the sewer turtle. Just saying. Like, it's wild. What they're doing is just sick. It's sick. It's very, very sick. Yep, she sure is. Exactly. And the shit still happens. And that was my point to them, which is like, this is an attorney and you're allowing it to happen. So what happens to someone of less resource, right? Of less stature, right? If you can't even do anything about an attorney being harassed, like, what does it say about your office or law enforcement in general that y'all just want to pass the buck back and forth? This person's jurisdiction, that person's jurisdiction. No, it falls into either category. New Jersey can take it because the victim's in New Jersey, or Florida can take it because the perpetrator's in Florida, or both, or the feds, right? Like, Instead of passing the buck to like, oh no, jurisdiction's over there. Oh no, jurisdiction's over there. Nope, jurisdiction lies either where the fucking victim is or where the defendant is. Either or. Or interstate, the feds can take jurisdiction if they want. You know? Like, what the fuck? Like, I agree with this. Like, when will we as a society decide to like stand together and say like, we've had enough of this shit and the inaction? Like, what are our tax dollars paying for at this point, you know? Like, weird. Oh, that's a good point. I did rehire myself. I did, yeah. I thought I was worth it at least to rehire myself after I quit yesterday. I might quit again today, don't worry. I might F it today, you know? I might quit again and just quit. I don't know if I have any crying in me today, but we'll see. I might re-quit, you know? But I did. I rehired myself. I don't get benefits because I'm not that cool yet, but, you know, I didn't have to beg for my job because, you know, my boss is pretty cool. She's adorable, by the way. And she's a pretty good person. So, you know, she let me have my job back. Although I'm going to have a fight with my boss later about the fact that I don't get benefits. This is a problem, boss. Okay? I'm going to have to figure this shit out. I need a 401k. I'm gonna need some of this shit. Oh yeah, Melvin. We forgot. Melvin. We made that motion already. Melvin Little has a problem with everyone. Sometimes you do have to play harder and meaner and for keeps and never stop. And he is one of Aiden's errand boys. And it's unfortunate because y'all know that like I don't like being mean. I'm not a mean person, right? But once in a blue fucking moon, sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. It's the only language they understand. And it's unfortunate. Like Ethel is starting to see the result of that right now. Sometimes you got to fight fire with fire for them to understand that the things that you're doing, if we do them back to you, do you think that they're okay now? Or they were only okay when you were doing them to other people? And no one goes as far as some of these people have gone against other people. Look at how far Aiden goes. Look at how far some of his content creator minions go. Like I would never go that far, not in a million fucking years. You couldn't pay me to. You know what I mean? Like I could be mean if I need to be when it comes to protecting people, but not that fucking mean. You know what I mean? Not that mean. Not okay. Right? Me too, girl. If you hack my bank account, you'd be like, well, whoop, whoop, whoop. Well, there ain't nothing here. So Melvin's to me and she can handle herself. Handle it, Melvin. Handle it. Yeah, I hate when they do that. This is satire purposes, entertainment purposes. Like, cool, it can be entertainment, but when you're actively harassing and stalking people, that's not entertainment. It's not satire. It's a crime. It's a fucking crime. It's a goddamn crime. You know what I mean? It says you have to handle it differently. I feel like I've, you know, tried pretty much. I am an attack dog. Don't I count? Roof, roof, bitches. Yeehaw! Right? Moving to Catalina Island. It's an easy solution to get away from shitty people, you know? Of course there are. Everybody has that weak spot, you know? Well, you know, I know something he doesn't know. Doodah, doodah. I know something he's not gonna love. Oh, da doodah day. I don't really care. He's gonna be real mad. I am happy for him for that. Oh, da doodah day. When in public, I'm gonna laugh because he's gonna be real mad. A pit bull. It's a good job. Listen, I owned pit bulls basically my entire life. They're such big babies. I don't think people have a lot of that anymore. I love to see humanity, right? And ethics and fucking just basic boundaries, you know? I love pits. They're amazing. Good dogs. Oh, me too. Me too, BB. They're off the fucking charts. Like, they are wild. Like, just wild. Like, they're insane. Like, you think of the most vulgar fucking thing you can think of, right? The most vulgar, insane thing you can think of, and times that by 100, and that's what I get. It's wild. Like, it's just insane. It's insane, dude. I do think that people are starting to see what's happening, you know? Aiden renamed him for not finding me properly. Ah, dang. He didn't do a good enough job. It does. I mean, it does exist. We do some humanity here, right? Like, I think we did a good job when we raised money for Ashley's dog. Like, I love doing stuff like that because it's like helping someone else and it makes my heart full and happy. And I love doing stuff like that. Like, that's where I'm at my best, you know? Of course they did. See, I want to know why he must be afraid, because I mean, he still hasn't even mentioned that we called him. He doesn't want to play the voicemails. Usually he happily plays the voicemails on his stream for content. He's like, look at this asshole who called me. He hasn't played those. She's good. I talked to her yesterday. But he is a coward and he is afraid. So he has other people do shit for him, so he can try to claim and feign ignorance. His problem with that, though, is he can never shut the fuck up. So, unfortunately for him, there's always little breadcrumbs of evidence, and there's always a fucking witness, because he's not very smart. So, unfortunately for him, that karma train has been running into the station for quite some time. Oh my God, I would love to have her in Massachusetts. I would love that. We could have lunch. We could go to the beach. We could just people watch on the beach. That would be so fun. Well, I mean, it's been happening, and that's why I mention Tima, you know, because I think that was really shitty. Regardless of the things that guy said about me while being in the cult, I have to at least assume that now he understands, like, why coming after people the way he did for Aiden was a bad idea and ill-advised, because Aiden just spews nonsense. Whether it's true or not doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, believe me, if she could move up to New England right now, I feel like she would. I feel like we could have her here, but she can't right now. She's also got littles, guys. She's got littles. Just like I got littles, she got littles. Oh, the clock then ticking, you know? Tick tock, bitch, tick tock. He's not a serious person. He's not a very serial person. Okay, this can't be serial. All right, it's not cereal. I had one of his crash outs. Where is it? No, that's a sparkly rabbit. Ooh, what's this? Judge Gilday? Okay. We got that hearing tomorrow. Oh, this was the Ethel this morning. She went to the ER because she was so stressed out she had tummy pain. I feel like, BB, to be fair, that was the end for a lot of people. And to be fair, though, to myself at least, even though I might be a, quote, anti, right? I've never been shitty to people, and it's not who I am, right? And I knew about when he blackmailed Karen back then, and I did warn people back then very publicly on this channel. And I know no one had their ears open to listen to me at that time because, like, you know, he says I'm bad, so of course I'm bad and no one's listening. But I did, in fact, warn people that he was already doing that during trial 1. And I wish they had listened, because I feel like they would have seen it a lot sooner and understood sort of the pickle that was happening, right? Because, like, think about it. If he's trying to blackmail her, right? And he tried to do it through the Roccos, essentially, is what he did. And the Roccos went to Alan Jackson. And Alan Jackson was like, well, what do we do? He's essentially blackmailing us, but who's going to help us, right? Like, at this point, who's going to help us? Like, no one's going to help us. The only thing we can do is basically fucking deal with him for now, right? And just hope he keeps his fucking yapper closed and doesn't start saying wild shit, right? And of course he did, because he knew if he was going to say wild shit, it would have hurt him too at the time. So he wanted that court seat. The court seat was so important to him that he was willing to burn it all down for his own jealousy. You know? Burn it all the fuck down. All of it. The whole kit and caboodle. You know? All the whole kit and caboodle. So when I said to that lady this morning, like, I wish people had listened, and I say a lot, I told you so, right? And I feel like at this point, people might be sick of me saying I told you so, but I fucking told you so, right? Like, anybody who actually knows me now, who might have not known me during that period, like, knows that I'm not just going to make shit up. I don't make shit up. I don't just say shit for a punch back. Like, I don't make shit up because I feel like that's hurtful, right? You can't just say something that isn't true and run with it. I literally lived what that does to someone. I've been living it for 3 years. Why in the actual fuck would I want to do that to anyone else? And it doesn't matter who it is, right? Like, it doesn't matter, you know? I would love to come to Florida. If I had a place that I could stay that wasn't a fucking, you know, $2,000 for a week, I absolutely would go. Because I feel like it would only cost, like, well, it would cost a rental car, but, you know, I feel like to drive down there, we usually do like the 24-hour drive. It would cost what it would cost to drive down there, but it would be gas and food and like the tolls, which can get expensive, but like it would be less money to drive multiple people down there than it is to fly all people down there and then also pay for rent. So you might as well just drive and then just pay for the gas and tolls and food along the way. And I also like the being able to stop in different places, even if it's for like 10 or 15 minutes, like just get to see different places or whatever. And I have family in Florida, but I haven't been in a few years, and I'm hoping to get down there at some point. My grandmother's in her late 80s, and I think I got a really good deal the last time we were there. I think it was like 5 days or something like that. And I got, there was like a little condo right on the Space Coast. And I think it was $800 or something for the 5 days. It was right across the street from the beach. And I got a deal on it because someone canceled it real last minute and I picked it up last minute. So, but that was a blessing. That's for sure. If I could find a place now, the prices are like 2 or 3 times what they were back then. So it's like undoable. You know what I mean? Oh, Brewster. We used to go to Brewster every year. I haven't been there in probably at least 5. Didn't she attend his ego show? That was my clue. Oh, what do you mean? Like the Wilbur? Did she go to the Wilbur? I don't think she went to the Wilbur. Did she? Or you mean just in general? I just wish people had listened, right? Like I get why they didn't back then. Like Aiden said, I'm bad, so I must be bad, right? Like 'cause he said so. But I wish that they had. Oh, gross. Gross. Beginning Sunday for a week. That's just sad. See, that's the thing. Like, I think someone gives that to him for free, and it's like, it's a damn shame, She went to, I don't think, did she go? Yeah, she didn't go to the Wilbur, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's going to be a clue that something's seriously off, but it was way before that, you know what I mean? Like, I think, after the trial, she really didn't want much to do with him. She was still dealing with him just as she had to, Yeah, I knew they gave it to him. I believe he said that a while back, that they gave it to him for free for a week, but it's like, dude, give it to a family, right? Like an actual, like, family, like a decent family, like, give it to someone who fucking deserves it. Like, that piece of shit doesn't deserve anything, Right. Free is for him or it doesn't happen. I mean, that's the wild part about it, which is like if he's not getting it at a very deep discount, he's getting it for free or someone else is paying for it, which is like, I'm not gonna knock anyone who, does it. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. My landlord is doing like a spraying of the house for like mosquitoes and shit. Oh, my downstairs neighbor's getting inundated with ants. Yeah, no Wilbur for Karen. No, he can't do anything, not even simple on his own. He's got to have someone else do it. But that's how he always leaves like a breadcrumb or a victim or a witness, because what happens is that ultimately he takes advantage of that person. Ultimately, that person he shits on in some way, shape, or form and treats like shit. and tells them to die in a hole, or he threatens them to do something that they don't want to do. And they eventually go, yeah, I'm not dealing with this fucking guy. I'm not doing that. You know, I'm just not going to do that. And so, you know, they eventually leave away from him and go, oh shit, this guy sucks. You know what I mean? Like, this guy fucking sucks. Like, yeah, I'm going to go through the court filing. It's for my downstairs neighbor. They live on the first floor, so I'm assuming they're getting inundated with like ants, I guess, and spiders. They sprayed the outside, like the perimeter of the house, back when it first started getting warm out and stuff. My landlord just wanted to know if I wanted her to do the inside of ours too, because they were already doing the first floor for like ants and stuff. So she wanted to know if me and the second floor wanted them to do ours too, while they were already downstairs doing the ants. But I haven't seen anything since. We used to get a lot of spiders because we live on the third floor, so they would like get in the cracks of like the roof, and I'd see like a bunch of spiders in the house. They'd just be like randomly, I'd just see a spider here or a spider there. But after the lady sprayed like the perimeter of the house last time and did the first floor apartment, I haven't really seen much since then. I haven't seen any ants, that's for sure. I've seen like one spider, but nothing crazy. But they're all looking for, you know, to get out of the fucking heat, I'm assuming. Like, and I guess not living on the first floor helps. I used to get ants when we lived on the first floor too. I think there was like a crack in the foundation, and they would just find their way into like the basement and then through into the kitchen, which used to drive me fucking bananas. But being on the third floor definitely helps you not have to deal with ants or spiders. But I guess my first floor neighbor is having a problem with the ants and spiders. Yeah, no Wilbur for Karen. He can't do anything simple. You're right. Which is why he's always got minions. This is why I call them minions. Minions. You know, I've thought about if I could, right? If I could move to the South or the Midwest, I would. Like, if it wasn't for my kids' healthcare here, and I had the money to pick up and move, I would probably move down South or Midwest. Like, that's what I would do. Absolutely. Because it's an easier cost of living. And Massachusetts is just unbearable. The costs are unbearable anymore for pretty much anyone, unless you're like a doctor, you know? And yeah, not everyone's on top of each other, which I can appreciate too. And to be fair, like, I feel like my husband was a cowboy in another life. I feel like he was a farm man in another life. I swear to God. I feel like his soul was like born in down South or like in Texas or something. Because he's like just a cowboy through and through. Like, I'm telling you, that's where his soul came from. He probably will go by Higgins' house and beep again because he's a fucking weirdo. But yeah, I will. But I'll tell my neighbor that, the rubbing alcohol, the borax, so she can deal with the ants too. The lady's going to spray, I guess, for it anyway, but I will tell my neighbor because she'll appreciate that. I got to get my freaking grill out back. We got to get cooking on the grill with my neighbors so they can, because I told them, like, they could, of course, use my grill because apparently they've never had, like, another neighbor that had, like, a grill. And I'm like, oh, but I have a grill. And, girl, you want a grill? Be my guest. Use the grill, dude. Like, that's what it's for, right? Let freaking use the thing. Like, we can cook together, we can cook separate, you can use it anytime you want, you know? Yeah, they're both shitty humans. It's just, it's constant, you know? Yeah, there is no chance in hell. Like, listen, I share a little bit about my family with you guys, what I can, what's safe to share. And I have no problem with that. You know, my oldest is 21. She made the choice to want to sort of share her struggles with you guys. And I applauded her for her bravery. You know, she might not look like it, but she's 21. She's going to be 22. She was born in 2004. And she wanted to share her life, her struggles, her relationship with me, with all of you. And I was so proud of her, and she's so brave. And she teaches me something, you know, every day. She teaches me. Imagine that. My kid teaches me, you know? Great. Listen, I'm telling you, if she could move, she would. Hello, my darling. I feel like I don't say it enough, but then I feel like I do at the same time, like how much she actually has to deal with. No, there's 2 first floor apartments. So they're one's in front and one's in back, and they're just 1 bedrooms. Each one's on the first floor. And so I just think the house I live in is really old. It's just a really old house, and they're on the first floor. So and also the basement is more like a crawl space. It's not like a So it's like dirt, you know what I mean? Not like a concrete thing. It's like dirt. So we used to get that at my summer cottage when I was a kid. But I like the fact that he did what he did to you was like a whole nother level of psychotic. And that's another thing that done pissed me off. If you do shit to the people that I love and the people that I care about, like, you got to come through me. Like, that's like, we're not doing all that. Like, we're not, no. Like, it's fucking delulu. Like, what did, like, his only obsession with you is to get to Nan. And that's just sick, right? And he definitely needs to fucking get committed, right? Like, and again, I will fucking daily tag the U.S. Attorney's Office until they do their goddamn job. You know what I mean? Like, just meow, meow. Yeah, they sure are out. Oh, that would be so nice, live on a mountaintop. I would love to live, like, in New Hampshire near the White Mountains. That's, like, my dream would be to live near the Saco River so that I could spend all my summers going down there on the weekend and just, like, enjoying the river. Like, that would be fucking amazing. Amazing. It's very expensive in that area, though, of course, because of the river. So it's, like, touristy now. So it's like, Mary, you want to buy a house here? Very expensive. Cheaper than Massachusetts, though. I'll say that. If it was an option, boy, would I fucking do it. Boy, would I fucking do it. I would love to live in just a peaceful place, but I wouldn't want to be too far from, you know, reality, but still, you know, I also feel like, why am I the only person talking about this? Like, why? Exactly. It's about principle. No, she never had to meet him in person. You know, if you only talk to someone online, they act like this, you have to know there's something fucking wrong with them. You know what I mean? Tarot for ants at the hardware store. Oh, I have to tell my neighbor that. She's just mean, you know? Yes, there are two. The public opinion and the regular courts, you know? Oh, he's definitely going to jail. Definitely. He's got some other things going on right now that he doesn't even realize, and I cannot wait for that realization to hit him straight in the fucking face, right in the forehead. Boop. He's not going to be happy about it, I'll tell you that much. Always, my friend. I am always. No, I don't think they are, but that's a good point. You know, that's a good damn point. Yeah, I don't know. Like, does he live in a basement? Does he live on his own? I don't know. But what I do know is the dude needs some serious help. He needs to just leave Nan alone. It's not that hard. Like, why am I the only one pointing this out too? Like, that's the other thing. Why? I get it. Not everyone wants to get in the weeds, but like, you can only ignore bad behavior like that for so fucking long. At what point do you stand on principle and say, all right, this has gone too far. This is not okay. Like, this is something that, as someone with a platform, I feel like a sense of responsibility to say, like, this is not okay. Also, to put on record that, like, this is the behavior that's happening. So when it escalates and the authorities do nothing when they've been contacted, like, who's fucking responsible for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's responsible for that? Especially because it's also happening to a friend. Like, it's a friend. Like, I feel that responsibility as a friend to be like, no, this is not fucking okay. Like, we're not doing that. Like, we are fucking not doing that. We are absolutely not fucking doing that. Like, I don't know how anyone, I don't get it. Like, I can't. That must be coming from over there in New Jersey, where Lisa and Cannoli are dealing with flash floods, Rose, I'm guessing. I do think we do have a couple people here near Philly. It's very scary. It's 100% correct. It's wild. I mean, he lives in a fucking basement. Like, what do you want? What does he want? What does he want from her is the question. Or he doesn't even know what he wants. That's the problem. Oh my God, he's threatened me so many times. It's like wild at this point. Like, yep, the feds are going to come in on their fucking wires right through my window. Sure thing, Barry. Here's the difference. I don't commit crimes. So no feds are coming for me, bud. I don't commit crimes. I don't do the crimes, so I don't need to do the times. I follow the law like a normal fucking everyday person. And I don't threaten people. Don't threaten me with a fucking good time, bro. All right? Don't threaten me with a good time. You need to stop being a fucking loose cannon and threatening people because they don't want to be friends with you. That's weird, bro. It's weirdo behavior. It's unhinged. You realize that is not normal, Barry. It's not normal, okay? It's not normal to be threatening people you don't fucking know because you refuse to understand someone doesn't want to be friends with you and hasn't wanted to be friends with you in over a year. You still cannot grasp that reality, you know? Like, come on, man. Like, I'm more than happy to do it because it's not okay, you know? Yeah, see, that's how he does it, right? Then he'll connect you to some weird conspiracy, BB. He'll be like, you and Nan have been boyfriend and girlfriend for a year. You've met each other. You've had dinner several times. Like, that's the next conspiracy he's going to connect you to. Next thing he's going to say is me and Nan are lesbian lovers. I do love you, though. But, like, that's how wild the conspiracies fucking get. Like, yeah, it's like Dateline. Like, if this is like a Dateline fucking story. Like, Dateline tonight, Barry Lewis, hid in the basement like a lunatic, texting and calling and New Jersey lawyers, family and friends, exes, and people she doesn't even know. How did he get to this point, you say? Well, it began when he followed a man named Turtle. Like, this is like, it's a whole Dateline episode. Like, it's funny because it's so insane, but it's not funny because it's dangerous. Like, and it's fucking nuts. Like, what the fuck? Like, I can't, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I don't, that's what he wants. And he's not getting it. Like, you're not, like, buddy, it's not happening. It's not happening. Like, it's like a fucking, I mean, we totally are. What do you mean? It's a new conspiracy. We are. That's the next one he's going to come up with. You know what I mean? Like, well, you have to pray that it doesn't become a Dateline episode, but that's how wild it is. You know what I mean? Like, that's how fucking bonkers it is. Like, I seriously, remember the video? You guys obviously remember. Some of you do. And obviously, some of you have not seen his content. I say that loosely. On his platform, I say that loosely as well. But sometimes I often think, like, there may be some very serious substance abuse issues there, because all of a sudden we have a sunken face weirdo screaming into a camera about conspiracy theories that have zero truth to reality. And it's like, bro, you really believe that shit? Like, who's like, what, in what world, A, would that make sense? And B, do you think that that's true? It's simply not. It's simply not. Like, what the fuck are we doing? He has a court date. Okay, so I have them written down. July 10th is Judge Gill Day, which is tomorrow. The next one after that is not for him. July 13th, Judge Doolin for Karen Reed's phones. And then July 17th is the anti-slap hearing. And then he has one July 20th for his criminal case for his joke of a fucking mega motion. I think there's some in between, but these are the ones that I have down pat, because Judge Gilday has moved a couple off of the schedule. So there was some on there that he moved off the schedule. So things kind of change here and there. Dates get moved around. So I'm trying to be fluid with writing them down and changing them as it happens. You know, nice to have the damn whiteboard now to be able to do that. Thank you, Van Pan, for it. I appreciate you. But I honestly think that maybe there's some serious, you know, not just mental health issues, but possibly some substance abuse issues, in my opinion. If you're, you know, your face is all sunken in, bro. Like, I used to be an addict. I know what that looks like, right? And usually that is from someone using medications or illegal drugs that are uppers, you know, crack, coke, meth, Adderall, even abusing Adderall, like a lot. You could drop a lot of weight, your face gets sunken in. Like, it, you know, I'm just saying, in my opinion, there could be some other things going on with him. But when you're making these fucking videos and you're screaming and yelling into a camera about literally nothing, about conspiracy theories that you made up in your head that are not true and have zero basis in reality, that I know for a fact are not true, like, we got a problem. Like, you got a problem. Like, maybe check yourself in. Like, check yourself in. You know, I don't think he has the balls to go near where you live, thank God, but I do think that he needs some help. You know, he needs some help. You know, he needs help. Good. 55. I mean, what are we doing at that age? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? It could be psychosis. I've seen that happen before. He still has one right now, I think. Yeah. Second mass whatever account at the moment. But agreed, he cultivates that. That's what Aiden cultivates. People like that do that shit. You know? Absolutely. So will I. Yeah, keep it at 2 followers. He can just yell into the abyss. You know what I mean? The abyss of himself. It's wild, you know? Well, I mean, I'll, you know, gotta give the possibility that, like, mental health and or drugs and or both could possibly be. But with his behavior, I would say, without a doubt, there's clearly some mental health issues, in my opinion, that he deals with, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with dealing with mental health, but like, you got to actually deal with it so that you're not doing insane shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be doing whack-a-doo-doo shit and then not being responsible for the whack-a-doo-doo shit that you fucking do or say, for that matter. You know what I mean? Like, that's the wild shit. I mean, I feel like, again, this is the shit that Aiden cultivates, right? Like, the shit that, I mean, to be fair, I feel like Grant always looks sickly, but when I take Barry's conspiracy theories that he makes up, they're akin to Grant's conspiracy theories. And I know when people haven't met Grant, they're like, oh, he's so smart, you know, he's great, he's wonderful. Yeah, that's great and all. I don't knock your like for him, but I knew him in person, and I watched the manipulation in real life. I watched the conspiracy theories in the way that he would draw these lines that don't exist to each other and then say them as if they were 100% fact when they were 1,000% false. And so, sorry, not sorry. No, nope, can't do it. Nope, can't support that. Cannot do it. Nope. I feel like it is all around, you know. Agreed. That's that. I mean, dude, this is the part. This is the part that like I'm working on here, at least in Massachusetts, and I hope to make like, you know, to go countrywide with it eventually. But like, I've been working for 2.5 years on making a fucking bill to change the way cyber stalking is dealt with. That all police stations need an every 6-month training on DARVO. So it's something that narcissists often use when they try to become the victim themselves, and they victim blame the victim, and they manipulate the system, right? Like Aiden does. Blame the victim and say the victim is the abuser, and reverse, right? So DARVO is deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. So these people make the victim the quote offender when they're the offender, right? And they make law enforcement and the courts believe that they're the poor victim, right? They're the poor victim of the other person, not the other way around. I want the courts and judges, including judges, I want the courts, judges, and police officers to have every six-month training, and not an hour, because that's what they do. They throw it in on a once a year or one every other year training with a bunch of other shit for 1 hour. No, it takes more than 1 hour for them to understand what the fuck this looks like in real life and in real time. And they need to see real scenarios and real outcomes of how it went sideways, right? So I want this to be an every 6-month training for law enforcement, okay? I want to take away the discretion of law enforcement to do certain things, because now that they have all this discretion, they'll say things like, oh, it's a civil matter, when they don't want to deal with something. No. We're no longer using the excuse of this is a civil matter when it's a criminal matter. They love using that excuse, and then people are like, well, the cops told me no, it's a civil matter. And I watch people go into a judge and say, Your Honor, the judge will say, well, why didn't you call the police? And they'll say, Your Honor, I did call the police, and the police told me it was a civil matter, or they told me this. And I watch judges go, the police would never say that. Are you so out of touch with reality that you don't know that the cops are doing this as a judge? Like, is this real life? Like, they certainly do, right? They certainly fucking do. Right. See something, say something, but you say something, they do nothing. Like, what's it gonna be? You know? Like, it's wild. It's fucking wild as hell, man. Or that, log off, block them. Like that's gonna make it stop. Why? Also, here's the thing, I'm a content creator. I can't log off, right? I can block them, but this is my livelihood. This is my job. This is my livelihood. So how exactly would you suggest that I log off, right? And deal with being cyber stalked? It's one thing to run your mouth. Run your mouth until fucking kingdom come. I don't give a shit. I'll just block you, call it a day. And I'll continue to block all your fake accounts. It's another when they bring it into real life. That has now surpassed your First Amendment right? That's now beyond it. You're now into criminal harassment and stalking. That's not a civil issue. That's a criminal issue. But a lot of the time, the cops are just, it's a civil issue, take them to court, sue them for defamation, blah, blah. No, this is a criminal issue. It's stalking. It's criminal harassment. Some of it are criminal threats, sometimes blackmail, extortion. Like, the list goes on, right? But they're doing nothing. You take the report, you give them all of the evidence they would ever need to make a case, you sign a fucking affidavit, and a year later, nothing. That happened several times with Aiden's victims. Cops have still done nothing on those charges. Why? Mike Morrissey, perhaps? I don't know. Is he too afraid? I don't know. But what I do know is it's deplorable, it's disgusting, and there's no excuse. You know? They don't understand what being cyberstalked is like until they're cyberstalked, right? So they don't take it serious at all. They take it, in their mind, what you're saying is you had a beef with one person online and that one person is just aggravating you a little, right? Like that's what cyberstalking in their mind is like. And no matter how much you explain it to them, that is their bias that stays there. And so they need better fucking training and they need to be better held accountable when they refuse to do something and someone gets hurt. No more of this qualified immunity bullshit for everything. Qualified immunity needs to go. It's needed to go for a long time because if police officers were accountable for their actions, I guarantee you they would stop fucking kicking the can down the road or playing jurisdictional games and pointing the finger the other way and just ignoring shit, right? They wouldn't be doing that. Unless you call them and say drugs, right? If you said that person had drugs, they'd listen to everything you said and they'd go to their house. The war on drugs is just a joke at this point, okay? It's a joke. It's a literal fucking joke and a waste of time, right? Why don't we deal with real criminals, right? Let's deal with the real shit here. You're never going to get every drug dealer off the street. And since the United States has been, involved in giving drugs to people to distribute, I'm going to say go fuck yourself on the war on drugs. They would just rather ignore things like cyberstalking or threats to kill or, they also need to just redo their whole Stoughton police force. I just want all of them need to go. They don't know what they're doing over there in Stoughton at all, right? They love ignoring shit. And you think they would have cleaned house after Sandra Birchmore? Nope, but they need to still, right? It's wild. It's wild. I mean, yeah, of course some people are already up. We know that. You know what I mean? We know that. But some people, and I'll say like Val, go and egg these people on, right? Poke them a little, and watch them go off. Like wind them up and watch the toy play, And it's like, you can't wind up mentally unfucking well people and watch them play because they're like the Energizer Bunny. The batteries never die and they just get worse and worse. So it isn't funny, right? To say shit isn't true, to rile them up or be like, you should definitely be upset about that, Barry. Yeah. Like it's gross, dude. It's gross. You're actively contributing to someone who could get hurt because of your fucking stupid actions. Like, come on, man. Like it's not that fucking hard to figure out, And that's the other thing. They have no problem doxing, harassing, telling people your address, your phone number, the whole shebang, Absolutely. I would love that. I would fucking love that. I would love that, He knows, unfortunately. And then, they can't be fixed, but they can be treated, I mean, she could, but that's really not going to do anything. And that's the thing. She has done that several times, right? But you also have to come to the conclusion at some point, too, that you can't just, stop your life because that's what that person wants, right? That's what they want. I learned that a long time ago. That's what Aiden wanted. He wanted me to go away, shut up, not say anything else, and he didn't want anybody to be able to listen to what I had to say because he knew it was damaging to him and true, right? So if he can just get me to shut up and get me to go away, well, then that would be helpful, right? That's smart. Trail cams. I have cameras outside my house too. I have to for my safety and my family's safety, have to. I don't have a choice, It does. And I've tried it myself and I don't knock anybody for doing it for a little bit. Everyone needs a break, but I've done it. And it doesn't really do much, it just continues. And it sometimes gets worse. So it's like, if you don't fight back, you're doomed. If you do fight back, you're doomed. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't fight back, you're guilty for not fighting back. If you do fight back, you need to shut up and go away, right? It's the same thing from the cult every time. If someone fights back against Aiden, they need to shut up and go away because Aiden said they started it when in real life he did, right? And if they don't fight back, then, you must be guilty because you're not saying anything and you left the interweb, so you don't have to deal with it. So in one way or another, you're fucked, right? Might as well fight back, Absolutely. Absolutely he does. He attracts the already troubled people who sort of tip into that you know, that area, you know? And they shouldn't, Allie. They shouldn't know anything about you. There's no reason for anyone to know anything about you. I know your screen name and your little profile picture, and I can barely see that. That's all I need to know. I don't need to know all of your private information, you know, unless you share it. Like, they shouldn't know all of your information. It's not necessary. You know what I mean? Yeah, once it's across state lines, the feds can pick it up. This is, in fact, I mean, there is a federal cyber stalking statute. And they're using it sometimes when they feel like it, and other times they don't. You know, I know a lot of heat has been on them to actually do something when it comes to cyber stalking. And so some U.S. attorney's office have ramped up on doing it. But a lot of these cases, you'll see like arrested for cyber stalking, cyber stalked for 8 years, cyber stalked for 7 years. Why the fuck are they waiting 8 years, 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years? Why are they waiting 2 years? Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Like, no one should have to live that many goddamn years before they're arrested for cyber stalking. Like, what the fuck are we doing? You know? Well, that's the difference, is we're actually sane, normal humans, and I don't think he is, you know? So, yeah, it's technically New Jersey, Florida, and the feds. Any one of those places could take it up and the jurisdiction of it, you know? It makes me angry, just like you, Lorelai. It makes me fucking angry because this is my friend, right? Like, New Hampshire, like, that's my friend. Like, he's my friend. Like, when I gave Lorelai my number Lisa, when I gave Lisa my number the other day, when she was having the flash floods, and like I said to her today with cannoli, like, if you need me, you just call me. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that. Like, Nan can tell you, Steve can tell you, like, I mean that. It doesn't matter if you're a stranger to me. You're a stranger until you're not, right? Like, you're a stranger until you're not. Like, if you need me, it doesn't matter what time it is. I will answer. Like, it doesn't matter what it's for, dude. Like, I'm so not kidding. Like, I wholeheartedly mean, like, if you need a friend, it doesn't matter if I am a stranger to you. Like, you just need me to listen, I'll listen. You need me to give advice? I'm a pretty good advice giver. You just want to laugh about something completely unrelated? I'm your gal, right? Like, everyone should have someone they can call, you know, and I don't have a ton of family left on this earth. So I know what it's like to not really be able to have someone to call in a pickle, you know? And I cherish the relationships that I do have with my friends who are like family to me now. And those started as us being strangers, right? You're strangers at some point until you're not a stranger, you know? Like, you're a stranger till you're not. That's the part that gets me, Space Ghost, is like, what the fuck? And I said this a long time ago about Aiden. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for a turtle rider to hurt someone before they fucking do something? Because there's no deterrence happening, right? If you don't deter some of these wackadoo people, well, nothing fucking happens. You know what I mean? Nothing happens at that point. Nothing fucking happens. Oh, he certainly does. So that's the thing. There is no online persona. When he like says like, "Oh, Turtle Boy's an online persona," when Jess says like, "It's not." That's who this is who he is in real life. It's who he is literally if you meet him. Like, that's who he is, right? A little less brazen when the camera's not on to like argue with you because he likes the attention, but ultimately still the narcissism, still the ego, still the sociopathic thinking, and reality does not set in. Like, it's not. He is unwell, in my opinion, as well. You know, but an unwell person leading a bunch of other people is not super smart, you know? Oh, did he go nuts on Sparkly's show? Did that happen? Did I miss that? I must have missed that. Was that like over the holiday when I was like sighing? Right? Me too. I would love for them to. It would be an epic, epic fail. My husband would also love to see that happen. Like, I would love to see you fucking try. See, that's my point, Panda. That's it right there. That's the part that really bothers me, right? Is that he has tried to get Lindsay charged with fake wiretapping, right? You want to know how that happened, okay? This is what happens, right? They were already investigating him, right? And he knew it. He knew through social media they were investigating him for videotaping sex with Lindsay without her knowledge and consent, while she was too drunk to consent, and he knew that. And so what did he do immediately when he found out? He went to her local PD, right, and tried to file fake wiretapping charges, just like he did to Meredith, on her for having her own in-home security system that could have caught them having sex. What part did he leave out to the cops, Elise? Well, I'll tell you what part he left out. He left out completely that he had texted Lindsay the next morning when she was like, hey, I woke up naked, my dress is on the floor, I don't know what happened, right? And he's like, oh, we had text, like we made a video, like blah, blah, whatever. She had to actually pretend like, oh, well, let me see it. I would love to see that, like to get him to send it to her so she could see what the fuck happened, right? She had to pretend that in text to get him to send it to her. So like he says in that message, because I think originally she like said something else and then he responded and then that happened. And then she said something along the lines of like, oh, my screen cameras might have been on. I didn't even think to like shut them off. And he says, oh, I winked at them. He's like, they're like right there in plain sight. Like I saw it, I winked at it. Like you could record me anytime, right? Like obviously she's not recording you on purpose. It's her in-home security system that might just caught part of like the bedroom and part of the kitchen. And so he's like, and I think that's where he brings up the recording or whatever. And she's like, can I see it? Like, can I see the video? Whatever. And he leaves all of that out to the police. What he claims to the police is she illegally recorded them having sex by her in-home security Ring cameras. He does not tell them that he has text messages to her that say, oh, I winked at it, I saw it, I waved at it and winked at it, and said in his text messages, you can record me anytime. I knew it was there, right? Because it's in plain sight. Of course you know it's there. He did not tell them, of course. So when they are questioning her, she's got to go down to the police station. I think this is the time I was at her house. She had to go down there for questioning. And so she's down there and they're like, she has to show them now her phone. Here's all these texts and video that he completely left out of going back. And he kept going back every day. They would be like, yeah, no, we can't help you. And he would go back every single day and harass the Medfield police until they're like, fine, we'll look into it. And this is what his tactic is, even with Holden police. Just keep going back and keep going back. And if you're like, oh, there's not enough evidence, he goes back and makes somebody manufacture it, or he does it himself. And then he comes back and goes, okay, is this enough? Is this enough? Is this enough? Until he gets someone to charge her, right? So he tries to get them to charge her with this false wiretapping charge. Well, didn't work out for him because then she had to go down to the police station and show them everything. And they're like, Lindsay, this is RAPE. This is great. Like, you're so drunk, you can't even stand up. Like, you can't consent if you're that drunk. These text messages prove, as he said in the text message, I knew I shouldn't have had sex with you, right? You were too drunk, but I did it anyway, right? So the cops are the ones who are like, this is a crime. This is great, right? They're the ones who say that. So then she has to show them everything, right? Past that even. All the messages that he left out to the police. So they're not too happy with him because, of course, he left all of that out, right? He wanted to spin his story in the same way that he spun a story to try to get Meredith charged. It's a revenge tactic. You told the truth about me and I might get in trouble. I'm going to screw you over. At what point did they not charge him with filing a false report? Why wasn't he charged with filing a false report? At what point are they going to keep letting him file false charges on people, especially Holden PD where he lives? Especially Holden PD. They're very aware that he's always trying to have his ex-girlfriends charged with shit. They should be very fucking careful. Yet, here we are again, right? Like, this is not, but he'll just keep harassing them and no problem, like putting false charges on his fucking exes, or at least him trying with Lindsay. He failed miserably, of course, because she had all the proof to say, yeah, no, that's not a thing, right? But what if she didn't have that? What if she didn't have the proof? Also, what went for her is they're in-home security. You're allowed to have in-home security. They're not hidden. They're in plain sight. Like, you're allowed to have it. In the law, it specifically says, like, you're allowed to have them for security of your home. Otherwise, you'd be charging every single person with wiretapping who walked into someone else's home who has cameras in it. It's their private residence, right? But yet they still entertained making her go down there for questioning over it. No reason on planet Earth to do that. None. Zero. You know what I mean? None. Fucking zero. It's wild. And that's the sad part. You shouldn't have to stop streaming or being, you know, and that's the thing is once she does like go off the interwebs, then here he is doing even more. And that's the other problem, you know? Yeah, it is the dumbest take. It must be true if you don't fight back. When you do fight back, they tell you to shut up and go away. So which one is it, you know? I agree with you. Just look at the village idiots he hangs with. Even they are quitting. I agree, you know? Yeah, let's cross a minimum of 5 state lines to stalk people. Yeah, he also has a serious, like, history of doing it, you know? If you weren't on the show the other day, I said if you need anything, hand delivered to the courts or picked up from here in Florida. Yeah, I sent her the screenshot of you saying that, just so she would know, you know? Shit, I keep forgetting to do that. Hold on. Let me do that now before I seriously forget again, because my fucking brain cells keep forgetting. I always want to remind myself after the show to do it, and I fucking keep forgetting. Right here. Hold on. I'm just going to copy and paste it right now and send it to her. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to text it to her so that she has it. Otherwise, I will forget. My brain will forget. .com, God damn it, Jesus. Okay, now I sent it to you, Nan, so you have it, so that I won't forget again, because I will fucking forget. Missouri, Tennessee, yeah, I bet. I don't think people have to go online incognito. Well, that's the other thing. People shouldn't have to. They have the right to use social media too, you know? And that First Amendment, right? Like nobody cares about our First Amendment, only his First Amendment. That's the difference, you know? It's wild. It's fucking wild. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's out of hand, you know? Yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, I learned a long time ago, I stopped being, quote, afraid of any of these people, right? A very long time ago. So that's unfortunate for them, you know? That's unfortunate. One of his personas is daddy. One of the fucking personas is idiot. You know? Well, that's the thing, like, not afraid of any of them. That fear has been gone for a very long time, and I think that's part of the reason why they fucking go so hard sometimes. Although I've noticed recently, Aiden doesn't even want to say my name. Like, sir, are you afraid? I'm like, I'm just a little girl. Like, I'm just a wife and a mom. Like, I didn't know I was so fucking scary. Jesus. I mean, you don't want to return my calls. You don't want to answer my messages. You don't want to answer my questions. I'm independent media. You want people to talk about your case. I'm trying to talk about your case, but you won't answer any questions about your case. How am I going to do that? You know, I got some questions of independent media. What can we, I mean, no answer? None at all? Jeez, you know, geez. So, I mean, you guys were here, we called again the next day. We needed some extra answers about the new Q&A thing. And like, I needed to know, like, do I get one question at the Q&A or do I have to pay $5 or more for the second question? How is this going to work? I need to know. I need to know. You know, I just need to. As you should, my friend. I have pepper spray. I probably never need it, but my husband bought me this pink, yes, it's pink thing of pepper spray forever ago, and it's on like a keychain. I gave it to my friend one time when she was, we were moving her out of her abuser's house, but he didn't dare fuck with me. I've been there, done that, and so I learned to not be afraid of people like that because deep inside, they're just, if anyone stands up to them, they cower. It's only when they think that someone's weaker that they stand up, right? If they don't think you're weaker, then they cower. So I handed it to her and I said, what about you? I could handle myself. And I helped move her out of there, thankfully. And she's never looked back since. And I'm so proud of her for that. Ray Donovan, or the guy from Mobland, right? The guy from Mobland. Yes, agreed. Yes, no, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. If I was female, my entire perspective would change. This is why men must play. Well, that's the thing. It's like, as a woman, I've, you know, dealt with abuse from abusive people my fucking whole life. You know, my husband is a godsend. He's like the most kind, loving, smart, funny individual on planet Earth. And he's a good husband. He's a good dad. He's a good person in general. And I wish earlier in my life we had reconnected. We grew up just a few houses down from each other. So our love story is kind of cute for our kids. But I was just an abuser before that. And he was horrific. It was horrific. It was awful. And I was really young. And No one should have to deal with that. You know what I mean? No one. I agree with you, Lorelai. You know, we do need it, because do you know that when people stop doing it, and this is why people are like, oh, don't you get sick of it? Aren't you tired of it? And it's like, maybe I am, but if I stop, guess what? He wins. That's what he wants. He wants everyone talking about it to stop, to go away and stop. That's what he's been doing for 10 years. And when people do go away and they do stop, he just continues on and makes more victims and more victims and more victims and more victims. I have seen right now more people opening their eyes than I have ever seen before. And that's got to scare the shit out of him. More people are understanding who he is right fucking now than ever before. And that is because people are speaking up. Because people were too afraid before to speak up. And that's how he kept them quiet. Fear. Fear of writing a blog that smells like wet socks and broken dreams. Like, you know? Oh yeah, he's such a baby. Like, man, I'm so afraid of Kate Peter, and I'm afraid of Lindsay, and I'm afraid of Meredith, and I'm afraid of women. Like, come on. The fuck? You know? It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. But that doesn't mean that shit didn't happen to her. You know what I mean? Like, I still can say, like, this, and this happened. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it any less real that things did happen to her and that he did those things. You know what I mean? Like, nah, she's still kind of sparkling around, I guess. You know? I don't know. I don't get it. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's weird as fuck, you know? He wouldn't survive going to some people's neighborhoods nowadays with that mouth of his, bro. I don't know, you know? Like, that's why he, you know, doesn't venture out much into places that he doesn't know, I guess, you know? Well, yeah, some of them were definitely, you know, already, you know? I've noticed that. That's one of the things that I think is, like, this biggest, like, sort of in his pain in his ass is he literally hates women who are just smarter than him and more independent and don't fall for his, like, fall in line or else thing. As soon as you don't do that and he realizes you're intelligent and you're not going to fall in line, you are then, you know, you're then bad, because he knows that you're not going to put up with his shit and that you're not going to just lay down and take it and be quiet. And that is a threat to him, which is why I think he can't stand people who are just more intelligent, especially women, you know? It's wild. I don't blame you. I probably would have too. Vegas can get wild, you know? Oh yeah, I do. Every single day. Every day. Oh, he's definitely going to prison. Everyone knows he's going to prison. If you don't know he's going to prison, you're just lying to yourself at this point, you know? Kate Peter too. I mean, he's just afraid, right? Like, he's afraid of everyone. I'm afraid of everyone. Meh. A lot of them, unfortunately, are a lot of middle-aged women, and I think they're, like, looking for a place to belong or community to belong in. Ladies, I can tell you this much, it's not there. It's toxic. You'll find yourself saying and doing things you wouldn't normally say or do. It's a cult, and you know that if you say one thing that he doesn't like, he's going to tell you to die in a hole. He might do a blog about you, and so he keeps you there with fear. That is not somebody that you should want to be around. If you are simply there because you are afraid, or you're there and you claim you're not afraid, but you will not disagree with him ever, ask yourself why you won't say something that disagrees with him. Is it because you actually believe it? Or is it because you know what's going to happen if you disagree, right? Like, that's the difference. Top reason why guys attack is they felt they could take the person. Agreed. All because of their evaluation and the way you walk or stand, which I love for them, because I would love for one of those fuckers to come up behind me, you know? Everything, and that's true, you know? Everything Meredith has said about him is generally true. Everything I've said about him is fucking generally true. Everything that pretty much everyone who has ever had to deal with him in any way has said has been fucking true. And it's funny because these are all people, thank you, Allie, from all different places who don't know each other, never met. Some of them have never talked to each other, yet we've all said the same thing. It can't be everyone else is crazy and a scammer and a criminal and bad and a lunatic. It can't be that everyone is all those 5 or 6 general things that he calls everyone he doesn't like, right? Or that he, what's the one that he loves? That he exposed them and that's why they don't like him. Like, no, they don't like you because you're a horrible human being who lies for a living. That's what you do. You lie. You have diabetes. Then you rile up very unwell people like Gary Lewis, in my opinion, who's unwell in my opinion, and you rile him up. You rile him up, and he acts a fucking fool, and he emulates the things that your turtle riders and your cult do to other people to get them to capitulate. Like, no. She wasn't in romantically involved with him. That's the difference. Like, they literally only talked as like friends. Like, I've talked to many of you, right? In text or email or DMs. I've talked to many of you. None of you have acted a fucking fool like that when I was like, just didn't answer, or like, you know, none of you are weirdos, but you know, you get what I'm saying. You do find a weirdo every once in a while, and it's an awkward position to be in, because you're like, I'm just gonna just not talk to this person anymore. It's getting weird vibes, you know? And fun fact, Barry's done this to quite a few people, where all of a sudden he'll start saying like really weird shit, sometimes sexual shit out of nowhere, and then the women, these are women that he'll message, and then the women are like, I don't like this. I don't know what, like, I thought we were just like talking like friends and being friendly. Like, I don't know what, like, why are you being weird? Like, no, we don't, we're good. No, thank you. And then he fucking blows a gasket. When they block him, he comes up with a conspiracy of like, this is why this person blocked me, because they're now connected to this person and this person are out to get me. Like, it's grant level conspiracies. It's born identity conspiracies. Like, it's nothing that has any basis in fucking reality whatsoever. And it's wild as fuck, bro. It's wild as fuck. Do me a favor. Before we get to there's some court documents we gotta get to, but do me a favor before we get to those court docs. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. The little subscribe button if you're not already subscribed to the channel. Please do. Appreciate it. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate that. We have many, many options like jewels and super chats, and we don't have super stickers anymore. Memberships, and then we have the most direct options: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a link that works for debit, credit, and Apple Pay. It's pinned to the top of the chat. It's in the description below. We have an Amazon wish list. All right. Aww. Oh God, little doggy was attacked. That's sad. I don't like that. I'm not liking it. I don't like it at all. Just popped up on my screen, and I was like, nope, don't like it. Don't like it, not one bit. He is afraid of his own shadow. I mean, look at the guy. This is the guy who's everyone's supposed to be afraid of, and that some people still are.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
I can't go back. I can't do it, guys. I can't go back. I just can't do it. I cannot go back. Can't do it. Oh my God. Shut the hell up. Wait, before we get to the court documents, we had a Muppet Man video. I love Muppet Man videos.
There was a time we ruled the net. There's less of us, but not done yet. I'm still the king creator on YouTube. Dysfunctional band, I lead the way. They say what I tell them to say. I've given us the name, the Fuck Crew. Don't give a fuck, it's all about me. Don't give a fuck if you don't agree, 'cause I know you'll tune in to see my face. These two sluts are the last, they have no pride, still kiss my ass. Besides, where they gonna go, for fuck's sake? Only thing they know is what I tell them to do. That's why they'll always be the Fuck Crew.
Shout out to Scott. I love his freaking videos. I can't. Kind of looks like Tom Pee-Pee. I mean, Pee-Pee in his pants. I mean, what? Pee-Pee in his pants guy. Alrighty. Did I already read this one? No, I did not. Okay. Leather pants, right? Who wore it better? Who wore it better? I fucking can't. It's amazing. It's amazing. Amazing. Oh, thank you, BB. BB sends $20 and says, "Hey, Turtle, BB, appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate that very, very much. It's very kind of you." Okay. Ooh, I love this little button that says say thanks. Now, I usually like them because then I know that I've read it. Come on. There we go. My phone is so fucking old. It's like, meh, doesn't want to do anything these days. Thank you, phone, for cooperating. It froze this morning, actually, you guys. So what happened was my friend was calling me, right? And I was going outside to get in my sister's car to help her while she went into her storage unit with the kids. And my friend was calling, and I had the phone turned to the side, and I was like trying to answer. And then I realized the whole screen was frozen, and it was frozen even after she stopped calling. It was frozen on the screen where it was showing she was calling at the top, and then whatever I was reading at the bottom. And I'm like turning it, I'm like banging it. My sister's like, "What the hell?" And I'm like, look at it, bro, it's frozen. I'm hitting the button to like shut it off, and it's not working. And my sister's like, "Can you take the battery out?" I'm like, "You can't take the battery out of phones anymore. There's that fucking Nokia, dude. You know you can't take the battery out. The battery doesn't come out of these." So I'm like, "Fuck, dude." Like, so then I'm like, what else can I do, right? So I just start like holding down buttons together for like in 20 minutes. It does nothing, right? Again, my phone's pretty old, so like I need a new one. But like what they want for a phone nowadays is like a couple $100. I don't have that kind of disposable income, so if it still works, I'm using it, right? So like I'm banging the stupid thing for like freaking 20 minutes, pressing buttons, nothing happens. I plug it in. My sister's like, "Plug it in." I plug it in. Nope. I unplug it. Nope. I'm like, all right, this is bullshit, Mary Lou, right? So I put it down. I'm like, fuck it. I'm not going to touch it. Like, I'm not just going to do anything with it. So after like 15 minutes, pick it up, still frozen. Still fucking frozen. Still fucking frozen. So finally, I hold down the volume button again after I've done it 50 times already, and the power button again. And I just hold it for like 3 minutes, and eventually it resets. And I'm like, Jesus, thank God, thank you, hallelujah. Like, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, thank you. All right, Commonwealth of Massachusetts Superior Court Department. Paul O'Keefe, for the estate of John O'Keefe, individually, John O'Keefe, Margaret O'Keefe, grandparent, guardian, plaintiffs versus, Waterfall, McCarthy's, Karen Reed, blah, 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 right? Massachusetts State Police emergency motion to extend deadline to comply with the June 26, 2026 court order. Oh, yeah. He was so afraid he didn't want to come to Boston anymore. And yeah, definitely scared of Jay Brill. I talked to Jay Brill after that, and I was like, good for you, bro. I don't know how you didn't just smack the taste out of his mouth, but you kept your composure. Good for you, my friend. That's a Wildo. Call that a Wildo. Wildo the dildo. The Marlboro Cowboy. Okay. It says, unbeknownst to third-party Massachusetts State Police and its counsel, on June 26, 2026, this court issued an order on defendant Karen Reed's motion to compel the Massachusetts State Police to produce documents pursuant to non-party subpoena. It was not until receipt and review of an email this morning, Tuesday, July 7th, from attorney Aaron Rosenberg, counsel to the defendant Karen Reed, which included a notice concerning Massachusetts State Police compliance with court order, that counsel learned of the June 26th order, which required the MSP to produce by July 3rd a privilege log concerning 473 privileged attorney work product protected emails withheld from production in response to the third-party subpoena. Attached is an affidavit from undersigned counsel outlining non-receipt of the court's June 26th order or any orders from the court since the MSP's involvement in this case. Given that neither the MSP nor its counsel received the June 26th order, MSP requests an extension of the July 3rd, 2026 deadline to July 14th, 2026 to comply with the court's order. MSP sought defendant Karen Reed's assent to this motion. Defendant Reed did not respond. Okay, geez. Who, Will did? He got a girlfriend? Oh God, that poor girl knows nothing about him then. Jesus Christ. That poor girl, she better run and run fast. The last girlfriend he had, or at least his kid's mother, he'd be flashbanged out of her house. Jesus. Allegedly. Allegedly in a police report, he was, And I mean, I've read the police report, so the police report exists. But allegedly, according to that police report, he had to be fucking flashbanged out of the goddamn house. Okay? If I were that woman, I would run really, really fast in the opposite direction of that motherfucker and all of these motherfuckers, you know? Wild, you know? Ooh, I love Guns N' Roses. I mean, did he just say it, or did anybody actually, like, see her? Is it an imaginary girlfriend? I mean, is she imaginary? Kind of like, you know, CPU's imaginary assaults, those? Just wondering. I'm asking for a friend. Okay, affidavit of Jeffrey T. Collins, Esquire. I, Jeffrey T. Collins. Wait a second. So Aiden announced that Will has a girlfriend, or Aiden announced he has a girlfriend? Because we already knew that Aiden had a girlfriend, that poor girl Christine, and she should run, like, in the opposite direction, really, really fast. She'll just be another victim of his. And to be fair, I tried to tell Meredith this, and I publicly called it when she started dating him, that, like, girl, you know, you're just going to be another victim. It's not an if, it's a when. And who was right? Oh, I was right. It wasn't an if, it was a when. So, I mean, I don't know what these women are thinking, to be honest. Like, check his track record, bro. It's not good. Oh, Will has a girlfriend. Is he even streaming anymore, or is he, like, still doing petty streams? Is that, like, what he's doing? Like, I don't know how he's paying for his little one-bedroom apartment if he's not streaming and making any money. Did you go back to Domino's, maybe? You know, go back to Domino's, that thing? Like, you know, they don't want you back either, I don't think. I think you were a good manager, sir. Deliver the pizza to the wrong place. Allegedly. Affidavit of Jeffrey T. Collins, Esquire. I, Jeffrey T. Collins, do hereby depose and state as follows. I am counsel to third-party Massachusetts State Police relative to this matter. On June 10th, 2026, a Rule 9A package was filed with the court, which included inter alia defendant Karen Reed's motion to compel Massachusetts State Police to produce documents pursuant to non-party subpoena or a motion and MSP's opposition. No hearing was held on the motion. Instead, on June 26, 2026, this court issued an order on the motion requiring the MSP to produce privilege log on 4,573 emails by July 3rd. I did not receive a copy of the order by either electronic or first-class mail on June 26, 2026, or any day thereafter. I learned of the order in an email this morning from attorney Aaron Rosenberg, counsel to defendant Karen Reed, which included a notice concerning Massachusetts State Police compliance with court order. After receiving attorney Rosenberg's email this morning, I checked my email inbox for receipt of the June 26, 2026 order. Inexplicably, I do not have an email from the Odyssey file system or any other source with a copy of the order. I have not received any orders in this case from the Odyssey file system since becoming associated with the case on or about June 10, 2026. I've contacted the court and will also engage my IT provider to understand and immediately correct this error. Okay. Well, looks like they were not told. So they're asking for just another week to get those documents in order. Fame is an aphrodisiac. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, define fame. I don't think he's famous. Oh, my God. Stop it. No. A blow-up doll, you mean? That doesn't count. Brant has a new towel girlfriend. I can't. Is it a real, or is it just a towel? I'm asking. That can't be real. I know, right? Like, I'm sorry. Like, what? Like, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not. I'm not going to. Does she love being called the towel? I'm just wondering. Like, that's weird. 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 Okay? Weird. Okay. So. Okay, hold on. Where the fuck? Oh, this is funny. You didn't know. So people apparently did not know that Aiden taped Lindsay without her knowledge. Yeah, he sure did. He sure did. He sure freaking did. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love that for him. I fucking love that for him. Oh, shitty people having shitty shit happen. I love it. I love it. I fucking love it. I wouldn't believe either. Wouldn't believe either. Wouldn't believe either. Okay, so where is it? 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 Hold on. Woo. Woo. Okay. Commonwealth's opposition to plaintiff Karen Reed's emergency motion to reschedule a hearing on special motion to dismiss. This is not an emergency. She wants to push it back another. Yeah, she wants to push it back another month, but I don't believe that they're gonna. I don't believe. What the fuck? Why do we have drop boxes to look at it? All right. Sorry, guys. I should have looked lower. My bad. Okay. It's much bigger at least. Hold on. I hate when it opens up another whole thing because then I have to open up a whole other screen to show you. It's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. Okay. United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts filed today. Karen Reed versus Michael Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Higgins. Okay. Commonwealth's witnesses opposition to plaintiffs Karen Reed's emergency motion to reschedule the hearing on special motion to dismiss and 12B and 6 motions. Defendants, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Higgins, the Commonwealth witnesses, respectfully oppose plaintiff Karen Reed's emergency motion to reschedule a hearing on special motion to dismiss and 12B6 motions. Docket number 84 motion or MOT motion. The motion should be denied and the hearing should proceed as scheduled. Plaintiff's emergency motion asks this court to reschedule the July 14th, 2026 hearing, which I don't have written down. This is the federal hearing. Please hold. We gotta write that one. I don't want to erase what my daughter wrote. She wrote, "I love my mom, but dad's my hero." She wrote it on my board, but she she wrote it right where I need to write. She asked me yesterday if she could write on the board. I said, "Go ahead, girl. Go ahead." I haven't got all the dates yet, so I said, "Go ahead, girl." Dads are hero. I love that. It's so cute. All right. Wait, what color is this? I need different colors. They only came with a red, even though it looks pink. A red, a blue, and a gray. And they're like, I like the ones that are like finer tip, but I need some thicker ones. I have a few on my wish list. When I get a couple bucks, I'm gonna buy those because I need different colors. I need purples, I need pinks, I need greens. I mean, I like to do things like color coded and like I know what it is, and like three colors is not cutting it for me. All right. So this would technically be July 14th, which they have 2 hearings that day, as far as I understand. The July 14th hearing is, I think, 3 p.m. at the federal, right? And then there's one at 10 a.m. with Gilday. Or at least it's supposed to be. So it looks like now we're at July 10th, 13th, 2 hearings on the 14th, 17th, and 20th. The next week's going to be a doozy, all right? A doozy. Okay. Oh, the anti-slap is out? All right, hold on. I'll get to that one next. There's a lot of documents that were dropped in the last 24 hours here. None of those people are fucking famous anyway. But you're right, not Teleprompter Man. The fuck? Please hold a second. the hospital ER wants me to do a survey from the last time I was there. Like, I don't have time for a fucking survey. Also, I have to pee so bad right now. All right, you know what? Let me pee before I start reading this because my bladder is about full. Please. Okay, sorry, my bladder was full. I had to take a conspiracy pee. Yep, sure did. Okay. Here we go. In hospital survey. I don't have time for a hospital survey right now. You guys were great. The hospital was great. The doctor was amazing. Is that all you need to know? God damn it. All right. Also, I will tell you guys, on the 4th of July night, this little fan that Scorpio got me in my tent came in quite handy, although it's dead now because it's battery powered, and I didn't have my big battery powered fan with me, and it was really hot. And this came in real handy so that I could fall asleep, although it did not get to spread the love to everyone else. But this little thing, this little dive boost turbo fan, this thing is pretty powerful, you know, just saying. Love it. It's right in your purse. All right. I'm going to remind myself to actually like charge that later. Okay. Defendants, blah, 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 blah. They oppose it. Okay. The motion should be denied. The hearing should proceed as scheduled. Plaintiff's emergency motion asks this court to reschedule the July 14th, 2026 hearing to the week of August 17th to 21st based on an alleged scheduling conflict with a state court hearing. Motion at 1. But the motion mischaracterizes the procedural history and omits critical context, which it did, which she asked the other court to reschedule it for, so she could go to this one, and it did reschedule for earlier in the morning, so she could go to this one. So if you omit that, it's kind of like lying by omission, and it's also doesn't look good in front of a judge. You should probably not do that as an attorney. You know, lawyering 101, it looks like you're doing it on purpose, you know? So it says, in reality, Plaintiff Reed already litigated this scheduling dispute in Plymouth County Superior Court, and the state court resolved her conflict by moving its hearing to the morning of July 14th, a resolution that fully accommodates both proceedings. There's no genuine emergency, no conflict, and no reason for this court to delay adjudication of the pending motions to dismiss, which were originally filed in January at the 11th hour. Argument: a state court has already resolved the alleged scheduling conflict. Plaintiff's motion is misleading. Reed already engaged in motion practice in the Plymouth County Superior Court defamation action just last week regarding this very issue. In her Superior Court motion, Reed sought to move the state court hearing on pending anti-SLAPP motions that had been scheduled for 2 p.m. In email correspondence that preceded that motion, defendants Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert, plaintiffs in the Superior Court suit, proposed moving the state court hearing by a few days. In response, Reed proposed moving the court date by almost a month into August, because agreeing to such a lengthy extension would inter alia significantly delay discovery. Defendants McCabe, Higgins, and Albert could not agree to plaintiff's proposal. Reed then filed her motion requesting that the state court move the hearing to the first week of August. While defendants McCabe, Higgins, and Albert believed the number of counsel representing Reed could handle the 2 hearings as scheduled, they proposed, as an alternative to accommodate Reed's concerns and alleviate any conflict, the state court moved the hearing to the morning at 10 a.m. on July 14th. Reed did not file any reply brief in response to the defendant's opposition. Hence, in her briefing before the Superior Court, while plaintiff's counsel objected to maintaining the original date and time of the hearing, she notably did not object to defendant's proposal to move the hearing to the morning of July 14th. And in deciding plaintiff's motion, that is precisely what the Superior Court did. The state court moved the hearing to 10 a.m. on July 14, 2026, so that the state court hearing would no longer conflict with the hearing scheduled in this case. With the state court hearing now scheduled for 10 a.m. and this court's hearing set for 3 p.m. on July 14th, there is ample time between proceedings for both hearings to proceed on that date. The alleged scheduling conflict no longer exists. B, there have already been significant delays in this action. Not only is there no emergency and the conflict has already been addressed by the Superior Court for Reed's motion, but also further delay this already significantly delayed case. Reed filed her complaint on November 2025. The Commonwealth witnesses filed their first motion to dismiss on January 23rd, 2026. Rather than oppose that motion, plaintiffs filed an amended complaint on March 13th, 2026. See docket number 54. The Commonwealth witnesses then moved to dismiss the amended complaint on April 3rd. See docket numbers 64 through 65, with a short assented to extension. Plaintiffs' counsel thereafter requested and received, with the Commonwealth's witness assent, a full month to file her opposition. See docket number 69. Granting plaintiff's motion would postpone the Commonwealth's witnesses' opportunity to be heard on their motions until nearly 8 months after those motions were originally filed. This is of particular concern, whereas, as here, one of those pending motions has been made pursuant to Massachusetts anti-SLAPP statute, the purpose of which is to resolve anti-SLAPP suits quickly with minimum costs. And they cite cases: DMass Greenspan versus Moss Marquise, 2025, quoting Donovan v. Gardner, Appeals Court, 2000, emphasis added. C, the Commonwealth Witnesses Counsel is not available the week of August 17th. Prior to filing the present emergency motion, Reed's counsel did not consult with defendants' counsel specifically about their availability regarding the proposed alternative date for the hearing. Counsel for defendants is unavailable during the week of August 17th due to previously scheduled personal obligations. While the Commonwealth witnesses do not believe the July 14th hearing needs to be rescheduled, the Commonwealth witnesses would alternatively propose that the hearing be rescheduled to July 15th through 17th, depending on the court's availability, to avoid any further undue delay of consideration of the motions. 2, conclusion. Plaintiff styles her motion as an emergency, but the circumstances do not warrant such treatment. The alleged scheduling conflict has been resolved by the state court. Plaintiff has not identified any new or unforeseen circumstance that prevents her from appearing at this court's hearing on July 14th at 3, particularly since the state court has already moved its hearing to 10 a.m. that day to avoid any conflict. For the foregoing reasons, the Commonwealth witnesses respectfully request that this court deny plaintiff's motion and maintain the hearing on the pending motions to dismiss as scheduled for July 14th at 3. In the alternative, should the court be inclined to continue the hearing at a later date, the Commonwealth witnesses respectfully request that the court reschedule the hearing for a date between July 15th and 17th. And it's by their attorneys. Attorneys Huxbury, Murphy, and that's certificate of service. So that was the certificate of service, and that's it. Okay. Go back to this. Jesus, there's so many fucking jeepers, creepers. Where'd you get those peepers and jeepers and creepers? Oh, where'd you get those eyes? Okay, where the fuck? Oh wait, the new ones might be up closer to the top here. Where the hell is it? Is this it? The Commonwealth's witnesses opposition plan. Nope, we just read that one, so that's not it. Okay. Where the fuck is the other one? God damn it. This one. This is another one of his. Hold on. Back to that later and figure out what context that is. Where is it? New filings. Yeah, we know. But where is then is the question. I don't want to have to go on the fucking thing and get it. I would prefer someone else has already posted it and I can just go over it, but God damn it, I'm gonna have to, aren't I? I'm gonna have to, aren't I? What the hell? After receiving life-saving treatment from the New England Aquarium, 10 sea turtles are already ready to return to the wild. Here are they being released into the Cape waters. Go, real turtles, go! Go, turtle, go, turtle, go, turtle, go. Go, real turtle, go, real turtle, go. I just don't like human turtles. Those ones suck. Boo! Boo to human turtles that pretend that they're good, like real turtles. Fun fact, Leah, like, saves, like, turtles, like, daily where she lives, off the street. We just don't like, you know, ones that pretend to be a turtle as a human. Boo. All right, where the fuck? You know what? This is what I'm gonna do. Because I feel like, choose what have it. Go to the people who I know usually post them. Anti-slap motion drops, turned to a filing mess. Plaintiffs say the June 18th motion was aimed at the old complaint, not the first amended complaint. That matters because the amended one just didn't have different paragraph numbers, added new allegations, including the documentary mirror statement for Reed accused plaintiffs of murder. Karen's side says nothing to see here, you caught our slip up, and the June 23 version was a non-substantive cleanup with the corrected caption and citations. How many attorneys did she have again? Yeah, a lot. Plaintiffs' back and forth emails say it was too late, not consented to under Rule 9A, and still didn't solve the bigger problem. So rather than a strong anti-slap motion that we've been anticipating, the issue is now whether Karen's motion actually answered the operative complaint and whether the fix came too late. Ooh, good. Okay, but where is it? I like the footnotes, but where the fuck is it? Is this it? What is this? This is not. What the motherfuck is happening? All right, you know what? This is just like, no. Where is it? Where is that? For fuck's sake, dude. Wait, like, why is it that I just can't? I don't want to have to go. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Mass courts we go. Here we go. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Can't. There's a docket, search the docket. Okay. No. Okay. Dockets. Ooh, they changed the look. Let's see, what do we got for today? Nope. I'll get down here. Nope. 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 Back. Not it. Okay. Back. I am not a robot. I love when it's like, say you're not a robot. I'm not a robot. I'm not a fucking robot. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Oh my God. Oh my, where the fuck was she? Oh my God. I would be freaking out if my kid was like, no, I would just be freaking out. Nope, nope, nope. No, like, no. Come on, man. Ugh. I fucking hate having to do this. It's just obnoxious because sometimes we don't have the docket number and I don't feel like going and looking for the fucking docket number, and there's so many docket numbers, then it like gives you a problem. Why? Like, why? Okay, yes, this is what I need. Why is it doing that? Why? For the love of fucking God. Why? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Rain came through the bottom of the foundation and covered it inside. Oh God. You got to definitely stop back it. Otherwise, you'll get mold. You don't want that. Of course, my friend. Of course. We love you and we want to make sure you're okay. Of course. Why isn't it giving me an option for this, though? This is not making fucking sense. Okay. Hold it. Case type. Civil. Civil. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Limit that. Civil. No, 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 nope, nope. Damn it, it's annoying. Okay, let's see. Wrongful death. Defamation. I got 2. Which one is it is the question. Defamation, I believe. Okay, docket. Let's see. What's the last one here? We got order. Attorney Syllogism provided a response to my July 8th, 2026 order. The response identifies a June 26, 12:31 p.m. email from Attorney Rosenberg to Attorney Murphy. Attorney Murphy is ordered to email Plymouth Superior Court filings at judge.state.mass.us before 4:30 p.m. today. An affidavit setting forth the reason such email was not included in the Exhibit B to his declaration of July 7th, 2026. That's an order that the judge put in today. I don't know if anyone's seen that yet. That's interesting. So it says, Attorney Murphy is ordered to email. Jeez. Before 4:30 p.m. today, we want you to email the Attorney Murphy to email the court by 4:30 p.m. today with an affidavit. Oh boy, this judge is not fucking around. Setting forth the reason such email was not included in the Exhibit B to his declaration of July 7th. Oh boy. That's not good. That's not good. That is not good. That is not good. Okay. Well, Judge Gilday, not fucking around with that one. I'll show you guys the order that it shows here. This one came out today. I don't know if anybody's even seen this one yet. Attorney Seligson provided a response to my July 8, 2026 order. The response identifies a June 26, 2026, 12:31 p.m. email from Attorney Rosenberg to Attorney Murphy. Attorney Murphy is ordered to email Plymouth Superior Court filings at judd.state.mass.us before 4:30 p.m. today, an affidavit setting forth the reasons such email was not included in the Exhibit B to his declaration of July 7th, 2026. Mark Gilday, July 9th, 2026. Okie dokie. Well, that's that one, right? So back I go. Let's see where we have the 7th here. Just a lot on the 8th. 7th, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7th. I mean the 6th. Hold on. Relative to the motion specific, blah, blah, blah. Attorney is ordered to email Word documents. I don't see anything that's separate from the document here either. So that's fucking weird. Weird. Okie dokie. Why, he wants to know why it's not, I don't see a 7th, July 7th, anything. Unless, obviously it's not seen by that yet. Okay, we'll go to the other one. What popped out in this one? This is the wrongful death one. Come on, open sesame. My husband did porn once in Blue Moon. I'd have to ask him what he says about it though. The judge, like, apparently is just kind of like, what's going, like, why is this not here? Why is that not there? Like, if he thinks any shenanigans or even he's not fucking around with even just a mistake. Like, you think a mistake happened, he wants to know why it happened and how it happened. Like, and I don't blame him from all parties, it looks like. So he is not fucking around. All right, let's see. What do we got here on this one? Okay, down. Jesus Christ, they make you fucking scroll till the end of goddamn time here. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen, like, checking, like, the docket and shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, I just had to, like, scrolling until the fucking end of time here. Okay, these are all the fucking, all right, let's see. What do we got? Down we go. 24, 25, 25, 25, 25, 26, 2026, 2026, 2026, 2026, 2026. Oh, boy. Still scrolling. We are fucking scrolling. All right, let's see. 8. Okay, so the motion to admit Attorney Matai Pro Hoc Vice was allowed yesterday by Judge Gilday. Geez, am I looking at the wrong court? This is Plymouth, right? Where is the other one's Barnstable, right? This is so obnoxious to have so many cases in so many places because then you're fucking, right, district, Barnstable. It's like, which one is fucking which today? You know? Fuck. No records. What do you mean no records? Barnstable. Okay, here we go. Defamation. Let's check this one. Torts. Mark Gilday. Down to the bottom. Case transferred to another court. Okay. Which court did this one go to? For fuck's sake. Oh my God. This is obnoxious right now. Like, obnoxious. Why am I, like, still not finding it? Like, where the fuck is it? What's happening right now? Oh, maybe Kate posted it. Let's see. When your own attorney condemns your behavior and opposing counsel whips out the quote. No, not the whole thing. No. I need to see the whole fucking thing, dude. Not just some of it. I need all of it. Yep, I just posted this one. I just saw this one. Now people are starting to post that. Okay. I can't find it. Oh, wait. No, that was the motion to clarify. Jesus Christ. Does anybody have any idea where the fuck it is? Oh my God. Do you guys remember the song Total Eclipse of My Heart? You guys remember that? That lady died who used to sing that song. Total eclipse of your heart. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? The other one's what? Boston? It's federal court? Like, oh, that's Pacer, isn't it? Motherfucker. This should help narrow it down here. Okay, that one is Plymouth. And this one, Bristol. That's the institutional negligence of civil rights. I don't think that has anything to do with shit. I'll check Bristol, but I doubt that's going to be it. Let's try that. Bristol County. No, court. Search. All right, let's see. Open, close, open. Okay. What do we got here? Anything? Nothing. Cool. Where the fuck is it? I'm not understanding. Everything says Plymouth. I don't see anything. Not for today, other than the one thing that I saw. So where the fuck is the anti? You know what? Let's try this one. This is what we do. We use this. Let's see if we can. Okay, so we do this, and we do this, and then we do let's try that. All right, check it. Come on, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, computer. You can do it. You can do it! Blowers, yeah. Yeah, usually I wouldn't be able to either. The shop vac will have to do it, you know? You gotta, yeah, that's the other part is like somehow, if you rent, you're gonna have to get them to do it because it'll get moldy. Unless it's not like entirely soaked because underneath it, you could, that like mold, it will cause breathing problems and stuff. Okay. Nope, same thing. I don't understand. What the fuck am I missing here? Which one of these is not showing up on the docket. I'm not quite understanding what's happening here. I don't see it anywhere. Oh wait, what's this? Oh wait, here it is, I think. Please hold. Okay, I think I got it. Hold on. Jesus Christ. I need to write down just the fucking docket numbers, and then I don't have to do this again. Like, I just need to write them on the top of my fucking thing here. Okay, here we go. Jesus Christ, this is 34 pages. Fuck my goddamn life. All right. Witness's opposition. Plaintiff's opposition to defendant Karen Reed's special motion to dismiss pursuant to the Massachusetts anti-SLAPP statute, and motion to dismiss pursuant to Mass R Civil Law 112-6, 12B and 12-6. Okay. Date filed 7/7. Okay. Defendant Karen Reed's motion to dismiss should be denied at the threshold because it's not directed to the operative complaint. Plaintiffs Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins filed the first amended complaint on June 5th, 2026, adding detailed allegations concerning Reed's defamatory statements and conduct. Wait a second. Doesn't it say? Yeah, hold on. I'm going to write this down real quick. Hold on. I am on late, my friend. I am. I've also been here for about 3 hours, so, but I am. Okay, I'm just gonna write down this docket number here so that I can, like, just having the docket numbers is way easier to punch in than when you guys just saw me fucking search through 5 goddamn cases with just the names, and it's obnoxious. Having just the docket number makes everything fucking go smoother when I'm looking things up on the docket itself. Okay, perfect. Docket number 2683CB00541. Perfect. I'm going to write them on the board here later so that I know them. Oh, you poor thing. Take a break, my friend. Don't overexert yourself with doing it. It's just a little flood water. You know, don't hurt yourself doing it. Take a little break. Get yourself something to drink, you know? Don't do too much, my friend. Don't do too much. Believe me, I overdo it myself all the goddamn time, and it sucks. It freaking sucks, all right? You missed the fun game earlier. I feel like you'd have been the perfect person to give us the answers to those. Sunken. Our thing was, we did a game where it was breaking news, right? And you had to fill in the blank. And the first one was, I'll put them in the chat so that you can give us what you think. So it was breaking news, Turtle Boy accidentally, and then you fill in that blank, right? And then it was breaking news, Ethel, what was it? Ethel announced. I think it was Ethel announced. Ethel announced. And then people gave their answers of what Ethel announced, or Ethel announces. That's what it was. Ethel announces. I had to look to make sure. But I feel like you'd have given the perfect fucking responses for these if you were here earlier. I love playing like interactive games like that. People came up with the funniest shit. All right, let's see. Why did it go in 4 times? Or wait, it went 3 times. Like, why is my computer doing that? That is weird. It is like doubling up on the ones it does for Facebook. I don't know why. Weird, computer, weird, weird. Stop being so weird. Also, my camera's like a little too high. I feel like what's happening here, sir, ma'am, sir, ma'am, sir. Okay. Defendant Karen Reed's motion to dismiss should be denied at the threshold because it is not directed to the operative complaint. Plaintiffs Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins filed the first amending complaint on June 5th, 2026, adding detailed allegations concerning Reed's defamatory statements and conduct, including statements Reed personally made during recorded interviews with Terry Dunn-Muir and her production team. See paper number 22, AC 91 through 99, 120 through 123, 146 through 226. Reed's motion, nevertheless, is directed to the inoperative superseded pleading. It uses the former Barnstable caption, cites obsolete paragraphs and count numbers, and fails entirely to address the AC's new allegations. Contrary to Reed's anticipated position on this issue, that defect is not cosmetic. Reed's procedural and substantive misfire matters because the Muir allegations, wherein Reed accused plaintiffs of being but first-degree murderers and participants in Officer John O'Keefe's killing, are now central to plaintiff's direct defamation claim against her and to plaintiff's theory that Reed knowingly participated in a coordinated campaign to destroy plaintiff's reputations. See, blah, blah, blah. And they're telling them to look at all the motions, all the numbers. A motion that ignores the operative pleading cannot carry Reed's burden under either Mass Civil Procedure 12B or 6 or the anti-SLAPP statute. On the merits, the AC alleges a straightforward and deeply damaging course of misconduct. Plaintiffs allege that Reed struck O'Keefe with the back of her Lexus SUV while intoxicated, made repeated admissions to the scene that she had hit him, and later abandoned those admissions in favor of a public relations strategy that falsely blamed plaintiffs for O'Keefe's death. AC 16 through 20. Plaintiffs further allege that Reed enlisted defendant Aidan Kearney as a public mouthpiece, used intermediaries, counsel, and encrypted communications to feed him non-public information and defamatory narratives, praised his publications, coordinated with him around court proceedings and media events, and celebrated the resulting damage to the plaintiff's reputations and to her own jury pool. And they tell you the numbers of the things that they've sent already to look at. The result, as pleaded, was not constitutionally protected petitioning. It was a multi-year campaign of defamation, harassment, intimidation, and destruction aimed at witnesses in Karen Reed's criminal case and sustained for profit, publicity, and litigation advantage. Then they, again, tell them to look at all of the things they've already written, 147 through 53, 173 through 80, blah, blah, blah. For the following reasons, Reed's motion must be denied. Background, a procedural history. Plaintiffs commenced this action on April 16, 2026 in Barnstable County Superior Court, alleging that Reed and Kearney orchestrated a multi-year campaign to defame, harass, and torment plaintiffs by falsely asserting that they were responsible for O'Keefe's death and a cover-up. After the case was transferred to Plymouth Superior Court on May 27, 2026, plaintiffs filed and served the operative AC on June 5th, 2026. The AC amended the initial complaint in numerous material ways, yet on June 18th, Reed served and purported special motion to dismiss and Rule 12B and 6 motion directed not to that operative pleading, but to the superseded complaint, which means the complaint, the first complaint, not the one that was amended, right? You got to argue all of it. You can't just argue the one that was the first one because there are allegations in the second that are more direct, right? You got to argue all of it. You can't just argue some of it. I mean, you can not argue all of it, but they're going to point it out and then it's going to fail on its merits, right? But it says the motion failed entirely to respond to a series of new allegations made against Reed, used the old case caption, and referenced non-operative count numbers and citations. So what they did was use different paragraph numbers on the first complaint, not the second amended, and citations that, again, go to that first history, not the one here in the court that is active right now. See declaration of Kieran T. Murphy in support of opposition. Only after plaintiffs inquired of Reed's counsel about Reed's failure to respond to the AC did Reed serve a revised motion on June 23rd, 2026, captioned in Plymouth County and keyed to the AC's paragraph and count numbers. That belated filing did not cure the Rule 9A defect. It merely preserved the same substantive attack while swapping in new citations. Reed's June 23rd motion was untimely under Rule 9A. Plaintiffs never consented to its service, and plaintiffs put Reed's counsel on notice that their inclusion of the June 23rd motion in the instant package would violate Rule 9A. C. Murphy, Declaration EXP. Reed should not be permitted to deflect the court's attention from the massive procedural and substantive deficiencies that she answered the wrong pleading by reserving after the deadline a cosmetically corrected motion that merely changes citations and count references. B. Factual allegations. Plaintiffs were key witnesses in connection with the Commonwealth's investigation into O'Keefe's death and Reed's prosecution. The AC alleges that on January 29, 2022, Reed struck O'Keefe with the back of her Lexus while driving drunk, left him incapacitated in freezing conditions on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, and repeatedly told first responders, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Reed was later indicted for second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. After a mistrial in 2024, she was retried in 2025, convicted of operating under the influence and acquitted of the remaining charges. Plaintiffs allege that Reed initially confessed that she was responsible for O'Keefe's death, but later changed course and began falsely accusing others. According to the AC, before her June 2022 arraignment, Reed falsely claimed that O'Keefe had been beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert, even though she knew that accusation was false because she knew she had hit O'Keefe with her vehicle. Plaintiffs further allege that Reed later enlisted Kearney to disseminate and amplify a false narrative that plaintiffs murdered O'Keefe, covered up the murder, and framed Reed. Reed used an intermediary and counsel to conceal her relationship with Kearney and to preserve plausibility deniability while feeding Kearney non-public information and lies to publish on her behalf. There's a little footnote that says moreover, Reed never initiated a Rule 9C conference prior to filing this motion package. The AC describes the public launch of the defamation campaign in April 2023 when Reed filed a discovery motion falsely accusing Brian Albert and Colin Albert of responsibility for O'Keefe's death and McCabe of being the mastermind of a cover-up. Reed attached an unredacted incident report containing plaintiff's private address, cell phone numbers, and social security numbers and forwarded the filing to Kearney through an intermediary so he could publish the accusations and foment harassment. This is technically a fast track. So once the judge decides sort of anti-slap, like, hey, no, there's no anti-slap for you, Karen, then it continues. Discovery basically continues until the judge decides what date there's going to be a trial, So unfortunately, there isn't just a time, right? The court sort of decides that timeline. Some of these can go on for a few years or they could go on for fucking 10 years with appeals. It's really depends on how fast the court wants to do it. Looks like the court would like to fast track these and not fucking wait years and years and years, which is a good thing. But then you're going to deal with the appeals and blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, it's juicy. It certainly is. Not anything, obviously, I didn't know myself, but definitely juicy to the general public to see it all, All right, back to this. This is a lot of pages, so I'm trying to get through this, but I'll also explain it to you guys in case there's something you don't understand, All right. Social security numbers, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Kearney's defamation can't cover up posts followed, and the coordination continued throughout 2023, including in-person meetings, encrypted communications, and over 189 phone calls between Reed and Kearney. In Kearney's initial post, he stated that Brian Albert and Colin Albert were capable of killing O'Keefe, and Colin Albert had motive, that McCabe was the quarterback of the cover-up, and that McCabe could not have covered up the murder without law enforcement assistance. Kearney claimed there was a mountain of evidence that O'Keefe was killed by Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and possibly others, and that those statements were based on sources that were, in reality, Reed and her legal team. Thereafter, Kearney's audience exploded, giving Reed a larger platform for her defamatory narrative. Kearney used phone numbers made public through Reed's filing, which he received from Reed, to call McCabe and Brian Albert during a broadcast and accuse them of a cover-up. He left Brian Albert a voicemail asking whether Brian Albert or Colin Albert killed O'Keefe and whether Brian Albert was covering for Colin. Kearney also displayed the incident report containing plaintiffs' personal identifying information, after which plaintiffs began experiencing disturbing levels of harassment minutes after that broadcast. Reed's attorney, David Yannetti, congratulated Kearney by text, writing it was a great fucking show. The coordination continued during 2023. On April 23rd, 2023, Reed falsely told Kearney, I agree with you, my friend. I feel like you should pitch a tent outside like all the courts in Massachusetts and then go pitch some more in front of New Jersey and then pitch another one in California and just start pitching tents all over the country and have all your turtle riders sit in them just waiting for your next court dates. Perpetually going through court dates like that is fucking wild, Fucking wild. My phone keeps lighting up and I don't know why. It's like, oh man, what's happening? It's what, oh, I'm not quite. I don't understand. That's full, and I'm gonna plug this. Things to charge. All right. Okay. On April 23rd, 2023, Reed falsely told Kearney through an intermediary that certain witnesses had testified to a grand jury that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview after O'Keefe arrived, while also stating that she could not send grand jury testimony because it was sealed. Same day, Reed told Kearney that the feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing, even though the federal investigation into O'Keefe's death was not public information. In December of 2023, Kearney published audio recovered from O'Keefe's phone that only the Commonwealth, Reed, and Reed's legal team possessed at the time. Reed and Kearney later communicated directly, including through Signal, and exchanged more than 189 calls, totaling more than 40 hours in 2023 alone. Reed and her lawyers also met with Kearney in person to coordinate extrajudicial publications with Reed's litigation and media strategy. After a May 3rd, 2023 meeting with Reed and her counsel, Kearney published a video stating that O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert, Colin Albert, the dog, and every other person in the house, which included McCabe and Higgins. Kearney later accused McCabe and Brian Albert of involvement and cover-up and called the McCabe's evil, and asserted that millions of people knew they had participated in O'Keefe's murder and cover-up. Reed's counsel then appeared on the courthouse steps and stated that Brian Albert, McCabe, and everyone else in the house had some level of involvement. Reed continuously expressed her approval of the reputational damage caused by Kearney's publications. On September 29, 2023, Reed messaged Kearney, "Look at what you've done to their reputations and my jury pool. Chris Albert's business is the next casualty." Emphasis added. Yeah, that's not good. That's just not good. It's not good. Around the same time, Reed and Kearney became administrators of a Facebook group that became a forum for defamatory and harassing posts about plaintiffs, and Reed posted confidential criminal case information there. The AC also alleges that Reed made egregious defamatory statements during interviews with documentarian Terry Dunn-Muir during her first criminal trial. Reed authorized Muir to record her trial prep, including interviews with Reed, her attorneys, and her family, as well as conversations among Reed and her counsel. On April 12, 2024, in Reed's presence, her attorney, Alan Jackson, verified to Muir and production assistants that Reed had told police Brian Albert, Colin Albert, beat up John. My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized. And Reed did not deny having made those statements. On or about April 30th, 2024, Reed told Muir that McCabe got herself into a bad mess that night and she helped clean it up. That McCabe knew John was dying and she helped expedite it. And that McCabe was a first-degree murderer. Emphasis added. In the same interview, Reed stated that plaintiffs were being federally investigated and that they know they killed John and that she could not have sympathy for the witnesses because they're murderers. On June 15th, 2024, Reed told Muir that Higgins, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert had motives to kill O'Keefe and suggested that O'Keefe could have been struck during an escalating altercation inside 34 Fairview. On June 22nd, 2024, Reed stated that she knew Higgins had a role in helping kill O'Keefe, helping get him into the snow, and helping frame Reed, while also stating that Brian Albert and Colin Albert would have enjoyed roughing John up. When Muir raised the possibility that Reed could be sued for making such strong statements about Colin Albert, Reed responded that if Colin could prove she was lying and the statements were defamatory, he could sue her. Oosh, ouch. Well, he did. Plaintiffs alleged that Reed made those statements knowing they were false and knowing plaintiffs had nothing to do with O'Keefe's death. Reed's defamatory statements did not stop there. During her 2025 retrial, Reed told reporters that McCabe's testimony was another instance of perjury and that McCabe was lying. Reed knew those statements were false. During the retrial, the prosecution presented footage in which Reed acknowledged the possibility that she had run over or clipped O'Keefe and that she might have some culpability as a result. Reed later stated that O'Keefe entered 34 Fairview and met his demise, and that someone in that house killed John O'Keefe, referring to the plaintiffs. The harm to plaintiffs was severe and sustained. Every day since April 18, 2023, plaintiffs and their families have been harassed and tormented because of Reed and Kearney's unlawful conspiracy. Plaintiffs have become prisoners in their own communities, besieged by people who accepted Reed and Kearney's lies that plaintiffs are murderers. Plaintiffs have faced physical confrontations and harassment at their homes, businesses, their children's activities, sustained a barrage of online abuse, and were harassed while appearing in court as witnesses.
The harassment became so extreme that the criminal trial judge ordered a courthouse buffer zone while Kearney and his followers chanted cop killers as plaintiffs walked by. The AC's claims rest on allegations that Reed directly and through Kearney falsely accused plaintiffs of murdering O'Keefe and participating in a conspiracy to murder him and cover up his death. Then they cite all the places you can look for where they said that. Plaintiffs alleged those statements were defamatory per se because they accused plaintiffs of heinous criminal conduct that were made negligently, knowingly, or with reckless disregard for the truth. Reed's motion does not answer these allegations as pleaded in the AC. The motion lists only a handful of Reed's statements from the earlier pleading and seeks dismissal based on count numbers and paragraph citations that do not match the AC. Most significantly, through the AC, alleges for the first time Reed's direct statements to Muir in paragraphs 91 through 99. Reed's motion does not include those statements in its description of the defamatory statements at issue and does not argue why those allegations fall under Rule 12b, 6, or anti-SLAPP statute. That omission is a dispositive concession and confirms that the motion should be denied. Argument. I mean, yes, he does have to show up for his cases. It depends on it. So sometimes with the civil stuff, they don't have to be there. And so maybe that's why he doesn't usually go to the civil stuff, but he certainly does for the criminal stuff. You'd think he'd want to, though, right? He wants his people to be there, but he doesn't want to go himself. I feel like some are just masochists, you know? It's fucking wild. Or sadomasochists. Huh. Okay, Reed's special motion to dismiss pursuant to General Law, Chapter 231-59H must be denied. The anti-SLAPP special motion to dismiss is a strong medicine. Bristol Asphalt Co. Inc. versus Rochester Products. Offering a powerful procedural protection, the statute is only to be employed in a limited context. Because of its limited nature, the Supreme Judicial Court recently returned the necessarily narrow and strict construction of General Law 231-59H outlined in Duracraft Corp. Versus Holmes Products Corp., requiring courts to proceed cautiously. When considering anti-SLAPP special motions to dismiss, throughout its analysis, the court shall consider the pleadings and supporting and opposing affidavits stating the facts upon which the liability or defense is based. The standard of review is fundamentally different from a Rule 12 motion because it incorporates additional fact-finding beyond the facts alleged in the pleadings. Sheehan versus Town of Carver, blah, 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 blah. Citing cases. For her special motion to dismiss to survive the first stage of the court's analysis, Reed must show that the challenged count has no substantial basis in conduct other than or in addition to her alleged petitioning activity. If she cannot make the requisite threshold showing, the special motion to dismiss is denied. If the threshold showing is made, the second stage of analysis follows. Courts cannot parse the factual allegations underlying each claim to determine whether a portion of the plaintiff's cause of action could be construed as being based on petitioning alone. If this court were to determine that even part of a claim is based on Reed's substantial conduct other than or in addition to the petitioning activities, the special motion to dismiss must be denied so as to that claim, which is why I said it would be denied anyway. Do they make small black leather suits small enough? I don't know. For the dinosaur arms, I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure. Small dinosaur arms, who knows? Jeez, I'm gonna like run out of. I need to hold on. Please hold. I need to. This is a lot of reading out loud for the class. Okay, it's a lot for me. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. Where was I? The anti-SLAPP inquiry produces an all or nothing result to each count, and the statute does not create a process for parsing counts to segregate components and to proceed from those that cannot. If the court reaches the second stage of analysis, plaintiffs must show that Reed's exercise of her right to petition was devoid of any reasonable factual support or any arguable basis in law, and caused actual injury to the special motion opponent. Mixed claims based on a proponent's petitioning, along with substantial conduct other than or in addition to the petitioning activities, inevitably involve an inquiry into both sides' legitimate petitioning rights. Thus, unless Reed can show that her activity was for the purpose of petitioning alone, which she cannot, The parsing of claims involving a mixture of petitioning and other matters is best addressed in the course of ordinary litigation, where both sides' claims and defenses can be fully analyzed based on a more complete record, not special motions to dismiss. For the following reasons, this special motion to dismiss must be denied. I. Plaintiff's claims against Reed are not based on petitioning activity alone. The AC alleges extensive non-petitioning activity undertaken by Reed, including allegations that her motion fails to address at all. That non-petitioning activity, which Reed largely ignores, but is not limited to defamatory statements to a documentarian, 2, a course of defamatory, harassing, and intimidating conduct that she jointly pursued with Kearney, 3, defamatory statements that McCabe committed perjury, and 4, defamatory statements that the plaintiffs murdered O'Keefe. Some of this non-petitioning activity was criminal in nature. In post hoc fashion, Reed now offers a subjective, self-serving motive for her defamatory conduct that should not be considered by this court. Reed failed to object to the operative complaint. Reed's motion incorrectly asserts that plaintiffs identify only a handful of allegedly false statements by Ms. Reed about plaintiffs. Motion at 7. Among the many allegations that Reed ignores are the newly pleaded statements made to Muir. See generally, and then the motions. Those allegations include direct accusations that McCabe is a first-degree murderer, that plaintiffs know they killed John, that plaintiffs are murderers and they know it, but that plaintiffs played a role in O'Keefe's death. Reed even asked Colin Albert to sue her if her actions were defamatory. These allegations are central to the AC and are ignored by Reed's motion. Having failed to address the operative allegations, Reed has waived any request to dismiss. Just citing things. Pleadings directed at the earlier complaint are a nullity. The defendant must file a pleading in response to the amended complaint. And then it's part of a case. If the first complaint is considered superseded, the court is not required to dismiss the suit, and a motion points to the weakness of an earlier proceeding. B. The AC alleges that Reed engaged in non-petitioning activity and Reed fails to demonstrate otherwise. Fundamentally, Reed's argument rests on the false premise that a criminal defendant may falsely accuse others of murder and surreptitiously conspire to do so with impunity by later arguing that was all petitioning activity. Of course, Reed is incorrect. See Burley versus Comets Committee, Youth Center, Appeals Court, blah, 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 2009, reasoning, defamatory statements made to members of public and not intended to facilitate further consideration and response by the police do not constitute petitioning activity. O'Gara versus St. Germain, Appeals Court, 2017, explaining protections covered by General Law 231-59H are limited to expressions in which a party seeks some redress from the government. Global Naps Inc. versus Verizon New England, Appeals Court, 2005, holding the statute does not protect tangential statements intended, at most, to influence public opinion in a general way unrelated to governmental involvement. She cites no authority for this proposition, which would overturn centuries of defamation law in this country. See Draghetti versus Chmielewski, 1994. Imputation of a crime is defamatory per se. Stone versus Essex Newspapers, 1974, same. Friedman versus Connors, 1935, same. Moreover, the AC expansively alleges that Reed pursued a course of conduct that did not seek redress from any governmental authority, but rather harassed, intimidated, and defamed private individuals in service of Reed's personal interests. There's a footnote. It says, 2, Reed cannot raise new arguments through her reply. We need not pass on grounds raised for the first time in a reply brief, citing a case. Private individuals in service of Reed's personal interests. Simply put, Reed's years-long campaign to defame and intimidate witnesses in the prosecution against her, which included defamatory statements to a documentarian and others, for her use of Kearney and others to launch defamatory attacks against the plaintiffs, and her conspiracy to harass and intimidate the plaintiffs cannot constitute petitioning activity. Reed ignores the AC and wrongly claims that the plaintiffs allege only 6 instances of defamatory conduct, all of which she argues constitute petitioning activity. In doing so, Reed not only fails to establish that those 6 allegations constitute petitioning activity, but completely fails to make the requisite threshold, showing that count 1 relies exclusively on that conduct. Reed, hold on, guys. Sorry, guys. All right. Oop, let's drop my vape here. Jesus Christ. Jesus crackers. Cheese and rice, goddammit. Cheese and rice. Hold on. I gotta. Sorry, I had a text message. Just wanted to check, make sure nobody needed me and everybody was okay. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Which included defamatory statements to a documentary and others for use of Kearney and others to launch defamatory attacks against the plaintiffs, and her conspiracy to harass and intimidate the plaintiffs cannot constitute petitioning activity. Petitioning activity would be, you know, to the government, not to personal people, not to, like, you wouldn't be saying it out in public to news cameras, to documentarians. Like, it would be in court only, or to the cops only. Like, that would be petitioning activity that would be covered. It's not covered when you just start saying it everywhere or wherever. It's not the way it works. Oh yeah, this one says strongly claims that she allegedly 6 instances. She fails to establish that those 6 constitute petitioning activity. Okay, hold on, I already read that. But completely fails to make the requisite threshold showing that count 1 relies exclusively on that conduct. Reed would have this court believe that count 1 is based solely on 1, Reed's initial false report to law enforcement that Brian and Colin Albert beat up O'Keefe. 2, Reed's false statements in a court filing. 3, Reed's subsequent transmission of that filing to Kearney. 4, Reed's mischaracterization of a grand jury testimony to Kearney. 5, Reed's extrajudicial statements that McCabe committed perjury. And 6, Reed's extrajudicial post-verdict statements during a podcast that the plaintiffs killed O'Keefe. Even a cursory review of the AC demonstrates that Reed's conduct extended far beyond those cherry-picked examples. In a recorded conversation with a documentarian, Reed stated that McCabe was a first-degree murderer. The plaintiffs know they murdered O'Keefe, and the plaintiffs were murderers. Reed doesn't address these allegations at all, nor could she. Established these statements constitute petitioning activity, where she made them to a documentarian with no exception that the statements would be transmitted to a governmental body or released in a manner that could plausibly implicate a governmental proceeding. There must be a plausible nexus between the statement and the governmental proceeding. That's quoting a case. Likewise, Reed utterly fails to reckon with the extensive allegations detailing her conspiracy to use defamation as a tool to intimidate and harass the plaintiffs. The AC alleges that Reed conspired with Kearney, right? I swear to God they were. Like, witch trials just apparently still happen in these days, you know? It's fucking wild as hell. Like, that Reed conspired with Kearney to publish defamatory material, in part for the purpose of intimidating and harassing the plaintiffs and their families. Reed makes no effort to justify this conduct, some of which was criminal, as petitioning activity. Indeed, conspiring to defame witnesses in order to intimidate them and jury tamper is not petitioning activity, because such criminal acts target private individuals and not undertaken to reach governmental bodies. Then I cite some cases which say the petition clause cannot protect activities taken for unlawful purposes or towards unlawful ends. And this is another case explaining courts look to objective indicia of a party's intent to influence a governmental proceeding, such as the timing, audience, and content of the statement. Reed herself embraced the impact of Kearney's criminal conduct when she messaged him, "Look at what you've done to their reputations and my jury pool." To now suggest that destroying a witness's reputation and tainting a jury pool is petitioning activity is preposterous. I would say that is definitely preposterous. 3, Massachusetts courts have already found that Kearney's conduct, which the AC alleges he jointly undertook with Reed, was likely criminal. For example, in denying Kearney's attempt to vacate a no-contact order in November 2023, Judge Krupp explained that in pursuit of his performative journalism and personal brand, Kearney has berated witnesses in the Reed case, badgered them, and pressured them to change their testimony. Commonwealth versus Kearney. Judge Krupp found that Kearney's actions demonstrate an intent to influence and pressure the witnesses to alter their testimony about the Reed case in violation of General Law 268-13A. Reed's failure to demonstrate that the AC relies on petitioning activity alone is dispositive. But even if the allegations she does address are either not alleged as defamation or do not constitute petitioning activity, first, Reed's extrajudicial defamatory statement that McCabe committed perjury is not petitioning activity. She did not direct this statement to a governmental body, nor did she seek any relief in connection with her false accusation. She did not specify which testimony she purportedly believed to be false, nor presented any information to suggest that it was false. Rather, she made a bald, blanket defamatory statement that could not obtain redress from the government. Second, Reed's extrajudicial post-verdict appearance on a podcast during which she defamed the plaintiffs cannot reasonably be understood as petitioning activity. There is simply no objective, plausible nexus between her defamatory conduct and any redress being sought from the government. Reed's post hoc motive is irrelevant to the court's analysis. The court should not consider Reed's post hoc rationalization offered for the first time in response to this lawsuit. At this stage of the proceedings, Reed's unsupported subjective rationale that she intended to keep her defense publicized is irrelevant. Motion at 11, see also Bristol Asphalt, blah, blah, blah case, explaining motive behind activity is not relevant to threshold inquiry. What is relevant is whether she engaged in petitioning activities alone. She claims that she intended to convince the O'Keefe family that it had sued the wrong party and should drop its suit. There's a footnote that says, at set forth in section 2B, plaintiffs do not contend that Reed's leaking of non-public information to Kearney and misuse of court filings is itself defamation, but rather that such acts were in the furtherance of their conspiracy and a course of conduct that included defamation, harassment, intimidation. The court need not determine whether such conduct constitutes petitioning activity because the plaintiffs have not alleged that conduct to be defamation. And while Reed's statement to investigators concerning Colin and Brian Albert would not be actionable, the remainder of her conduct is. Then they cite a case and say, in sum, although the complaint does include allegations about petitioning activity as defined in the laws, each count also includes allegations about activity falling outside that term's generous definition. According to the anti-SLAPP motion, was correctly denied in that other case that they cited. However, the AC alleges a course of conduct directed by Reed long before the O'Keefe family sued Reed for wrongful death in 2024. Moreover, the O'Keefe family is not a governmental body, and Reed fails to cite a single case where a defendant urging a private litigant to drop a pending tort claims constitutes petitioning the government. That is, of course, because no such case exists. Reed also claims that she enlisted Kearney's help in part to publicize materials so that the public at large would understand that she had been framed. But these admissions demonstrate that she was not engaged in petitioning at all. The intended recipient of such information was not the government, but a segment of an online audience. The petition clause protects the right of individuals to appeal to courts and other forums established by the government for resolution of legal disputes. D, the case law cited by Reed does not support her argument. Reed relies on Cardno Chem Risk LLC versus Portland 2017 to argue that her speech and advocacy were similar to those of environmental activists raising awareness about pollution caused by the catastrophic Deepwater Horizon oil spill. Are you fucking kidding me? That is like, so like, how, I'm sorry, that's wild. That's wild. In Cardno, the corporate plaintiff alleged that two environmental activists had defamed it by authoring 4 paragraphs in a longer article published by the Huffington Post. By the time the article was published, the authors had been involved in public activism concerning the environmental impacts of the spill for 3 years. The challenged paragraphs described the plaintiff's misleading assessments of the extent of environmental damage caused by the oil spill. The central issue in the case was not whether the article constituted petitioning activity, it obviously did, but whether the authors were entitled to anti-SLAPP protection, where the article did not address a grievance personal to them. Not surprisingly, the SJC concluded that the fact that the authors did not seek personal redress was not dispositive of the issue, where they were engaged in classic petitioning and had an independent interest in the cause that they sought to vindicate. The SJC observed that the First Amendment had never been confined to petitions seeking to redress grievances that are either purely personal or purely public in nature. Reed ignores the central holding of Cardno. Instead, she paints her non-petitioning, self-interested defamation campaign against private lay witnesses as similar to the Cardno activists' long-standing lobbying campaign that was directed at the government. In this way, Reed glosses over Cardinal's observation that the 4 paragraphs at issue were only one part of a comprehensive series of actions taken to petition the government. The scope of these activities was central to the court's petitioning analysis. In addition to writing the blog posting at issue, the defendants have worked to raise awareness of the consequences of the spill by, among other things, marching from New Orleans to Washington, D.C., drafting press releases, meeting with the federal officials, and corresponding with federal agencies, blah, 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 blah. By contrast, Reed made no comparable effort to influence governmental bodies. Her conduct included covert communications with private citizens, publication of personal identifying information, and the coordination of harassing voicemails, confrontations, and stalking. That conduct bears no resemblance to the public advocacy at issue in Cardno. Nor does Cardno support protection for a multi-year campaign that sought to intimidate witnesses, suppress testimony, and tamper with a jury pool. 2, even if Reed's activity constituted petitioning activity alone, it was devoid of any reasonable factual support. This court need not proceed to stage 2 of the Bristol analysis. Reed's special motion to dismiss fails to meet the threshold burden that the plaintiff's claim are based solely on her legitimate petitioning activity. Nevertheless, her special motion to dismiss also fails stage 2. At that stage, plaintiffs must demonstrate that Reed's exercise of her right to petition was devoid of any reasonable factual support or any arguable basis in law, and caused actual injury to the plaintiffs. Fundamentally, Reed asked this court to credit her self-serving contention that she did not kill O'Keefe and that plaintiffs did. But in doing so, Reed cannot merely rely on speculation, conclusory assertions, or averments to identify reasonable support. The SJC equates the standard under the anti-SLAPP statute with the concept of frivolousness. A claim is frivolous if there is an absence of legal or factual basis for the claim, and if the claim is without even a colorable basis in the law. It's exactly what I was explaining to you guys what an anti-SLAPP basically is in a nutshell yesterday. That basically it's frivolous and there's no factual or legal basis for it, which just isn't the case, right? To put it simply, the plaintiffs played no role in O'Keefe's death. They have never been identified by any law enforcement agency as suspects because there's never been any evidence of their involvement. See declarations of Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins. They have never been arrested or charged in connection with O'Keefe's death. Not only did they willingly speak and share evidence with the police, but they also testified under oath to state and federal grand juries and during both of Reed's trials. The SJC has held that where criminal process does not follow allegations, no reasonable factual support or arguable basis exists for the petitioning. Plaintiff's actual injury is pleaded in detail: prolonged harassment, intimidation, reputational harm, disruption to homes and businesses, and harm to family members. Emotional, reputational, and physical harms constitute legitimate categories of harm to plaintiffs. As set forth extensively in the plaintiff's opposition to defendant Aidan Kearney's special motion to dismiss, pursuant to the Massachusetts anti-SLAPP statute. His just fails completely anyway. Kearney's anti-SLAPP opposition, Reed's own admissions, data obtained from her vehicle, and O'Keefe's cell phone, damage to Reed's vehicle, Reed's inculpatory conduct in the morning of January 29, 2022, and the uncontroverted testimony of plaintiffs all established that Reed was both responsible for O'Keefe's death and that she knew she was. See Kearney anti-SLAPP opposition at 30 to 31. Ooh, ouch. Reed's motion to dismiss pursuant to Massachusetts, blah, 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 must be denied. Reed does not challenge the AC's new allegations concerning Reed's defamatory statements of conduct. Reed fails to address the newly alleged defamatory statements attributed to her in the AC, necessitating denial of the Rule 12b-6 motion. Those statements accusing plaintiffs of murder, participating in O'Keefe's death, and framing Reed are independently sufficient to defeat Rule 12b and 6. Because Reed does not challenge them, she cannot show that plaintiffs have no legal basis for recovery. The AC sufficiently articulates defamatory statements attributed to Reed, and Reed's procedural argument pursuant to Rule 8a is misplaced. Under Rule 8a, a complaint must contain a short and plain statement of the claim showing that the pleader is entitled to relief, the purpose of which is to give fair notice of the claims of the parties. Reed openly mischaracterizes the AC. In reality, the AC alleges and quotes numerous defamatory statements made by Reed, even though Rule 8a does not require such specificity. More than that, the AC identifies by date, substance, and manner of publication a lengthy series of statements are attributable to Reed. For example, we know all these already. I don't need to read all of these. they've been talked about over and over and over in this pleading alone. The AC also outlines a series of defamatory statements attributable to Reed that she attempted to launder through Kearney. That level of details, dates, direct quotations, and identified means of publication spanning more than 50 numbered paragraphs provides Reed with more than fair notice of the claim against her as required by Rule 8A. Indeed, it provides a roadmap. Reed's substantive argument related to the defendant count is without merit. Reed tells this court that nearly all the statements attributed to her are not actionable defamation as a matter of law. On at 21. Then she challenges only 7 statements, some of which are not attributed to her at all, and many of which are included as background evidence for the many other claims brought against her. Nevertheless, dismissal would still be improper, because as Reed concedes by omission, there are other viable allegations supporting count 1. Given that Reed does not challenge many of the defamatory statements supporting count 1, the court need not consider the few that she does cherry pick. However, plaintiffs present the following analysis in response. Reed's leaks of non-public information to Kearney. The AC alleged that in 2023, Reed and Yannetti repeatedly leaked false and or non-public information to Kearney. False characterizations of grand jury testimony, the confidential status of a federal investigation, confidential investigative materials, and the non-public resolution of McCabe's request for a protective order. Their statements in connection with those leaks are not offered as specifications of defamation, but rather as evidence in support of their course of conduct and their conspiracy to commit various other torts alleged in the AC. There's a footnote. It says, Reed's argument that count 1 is vague likewise lacks merit. As highlighted herein, count 1 is supported by extensive and detailed allegations describing Reed's defamatory statements and conduct. Reed cites no authority for her obviously incorrect position that where a multi-count action includes some non-defamatory allegations, the defamation count itself must be dismissed. The Facebook group. The AC alleges that Reed and Kearney started, managed, and maintained complete editorial control over a Facebook group whose purpose was to publish defamatory material about the plaintiffs and to foment harassment against them. Reed complains that paragraph 2075 does not articulate any particular defamatory statements that Reed published to that group, but such specificity is not necessary where the general tenor of the defamatory conduct is alleged along with the precise language of other defamatory statements. The AC clearly meets this threshold. Again, however, paragraph 75 does not solely allege defamation. It alleges yet another example of conduct jointly undertaken by Reed and Kearney in furtherance of their admission of other torts alleged in the AC. Ooh, ouch, this is not open. Jackson's extrajudicial defamation of the plaintiffs. Oh boy. The AC alleges that Jackson, acting as Reed's agent, defamed plaintiffs during a nationally televised broadcast when he accused plaintiffs of murdering O'Keefe and covering up that murder. Reed argues that count 1 must be dismissed to the extent it is premised on Jackson's defamatory statement, because the AC does not allege that Jackson himself is liable for defamation. On at 24. In reality, the AC alleges that Jackson was repeatedly defaming plaintiffs in service of Reed and her unlawful conduct. And there's another footnote, number 7. In passing, Reed suggests that Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act immunizes her from liability for statements made by third parties on the Facebook group she managed. Ooh, no. However, as Monge plainly states, Section 230 does not immunize page administrators who materially contribute to a third party's defamation. Therefore, to the extent paragraph 75 alleges that Reed defamed the plaintiffs by publishing to the Facebook page defamatory material drafted by third parties, those allegations are properly challenged at summary judgment once the parties have had the opportunity to discover the full scope of Reed's involvement in those publications. Damn. Vietnam, though. But Vietnam. Damn it. But Vietnam. Ugh. This is a long one. Like, Jesus. I'm at page 23. I think it's 35 pages. Like, fuck my life, bro. Ooh. You guys have to know that I love you. All right? Because if I didn't, there's no fucking chance in hell I would read all this out loud for all of you. Fuck my life. Okay. Shiitake mushroom. Reed's reliance on Green versus Cosby is misplaced for several reasons. First, in Green, the court analyzed, it's a case, right? So it's saying first in the case, the court analyzed the agency law of California and Florida, not Massachusetts. More importantly, contrary to what Reed suggests, the court concluded that the complaint's allegations and reasonable inferences drawn therefrom established that a publicist's defamatory statements were properly attributable to the defendant because it was plausible that the publicist had, at minimum, some sense of defendant's alleged conduct, such that their duty of care would have required them to take steps to determine the truth or falsity of the statements. And two, the content of their responsive statements demonstrates such reasonable care was not taken. Importantly, the court also made the following observation, which Reed completely omits, which means keeps out. In reaching its conclusions, the court notes that prior to the formal discovery process, facts pertaining to the state of mind and defamation actions need not be alleged with extreme detail, due to the difficulty of definitively ascertaining them to this stage of litigation. Case. In the defamation context, state of mind may be alleged generally. The AC clearly alleges that Jackson defamed plaintiffs on Reed's behalf. Nothing more is required, particularly where the AC, in all reasonable inferences, exhaustively details Jackson's role in Reed's defamatory course of conduct. Rotten Mango's podcast. The AC alleges that on January 12, 2026, Reed appeared on the Rotten Mango podcast and defamed plaintiffs when she stated someone in that house killed John O'Keefe. By January 2026, Reed and Kearney had repeatedly and specifically identified the plaintiffs as the individuals in the house who were responsible for O'Keefe's death. Reed argues that her assertion is that someone in the house killed John O'Keefe is not defamatory as a matter of law because it refers to a singular person rather than a group. This assertion fails, since the statements made by Reed and her intermediaries at her direction clearly are of and concerning plaintiffs. And then it cites a case, blah, 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 blah. Reed cannot reasonably dispute that by referring to the people in the house, Reed was referring to plaintiffs. Moreover, due to the media attention on the case, residents of Canton and beyond would have known that by referring to someone in that house, Reed was referring to the 4 plaintiffs involved in this lawsuit. Stating that extreme media attention on a story permits inferences that statement referred to plaintiffs. Reed's proposition that individuals cannot be held liable for defamatory statements about small groups is ridiculous and repeatedly rejected by courts. Explaining members of the defamed class can recover when the group or class is so small that the matter can reasonably understood to refer to the member or the circumstances of publication reasonably give rise to the conclusion that there is particular reference to the member. That's part of a case, right? Illustrating that when newspaper publishes statements that officers of cooperation have embezzled funds, there are only 4 officers. Each of them can be found to be defamed, right? In sum, count 1 sufficiently pleads claims for relief and Reed's complete and acknowledged failure to challenge numerous defamatory statements set forth herein is sufficient grounds to deny Rule 12b and 6 motion entirely. The AC sufficiently alleges that Reed conspired with Kearney to commit unlawful acts. To state a claim for civil conspiracy, a plaintiff must demonstrate that a combination of persons acted pursuant to an agreement to injure the plaintiff. And they, hit. There are 2 types of civil conspiracy: a true conspiracy and a concerted action conspiracy. Relevant for purposes of this action to state a claim for concerted action conspiracy, the plaintiff must allege plausibly an underlying tortious act in which 2 or more persons acted in concert and in furtherance of a common design or agreement. Here, plaintiffs sufficiently state a civil conspiracy claim against Reed in count 10. Specifically, they allege that defendants acted in concert with each other to pursue a campaign of defamation, harassment, abuse, and intimidation that caused plaintiffs severe emotional distress. They further allege that defendants formed an agreement, express or implied, to defame plaintiffs and through intentional, reckless, and negligent conduct to inflict severe emotional distress on them. The AC identifies the evidence of agreement as including Reed's use of intermediaries and encrypted communications to funnel information and false statements to Kearney. Kearney's admission that he received information and direction from Reed and her legal team, Reed's praise and encouragement of Kearney's publications, coordinated timing around court proceedings, shared financial and strategic interests, and joint efforts to conceal the relationship. Reed argues that count 10 must be dismissed because 1, Reed cannot be liable for unlawfully conspiring with Kearney if Kearney did not commit any substantive torts against plaintiffs. Oh, God, that's a horrible argument because he did, obviously. And 2, the AC fails to allege that Reed substantially assisted Kearney. No. there's a lot of assisting that happened. So I don't know who made this argument. Which one of the attorneys have made this argument? I don't think. Both arguments fail. First, Reed's argument that her conspiracy liability is contingent on the court's resolution of Kearney's 12b6 motion is an improper basis to adjudicate her motion. It would be entirely speculative to consider whether and to what extent the court's adjudication of Kearney's Rule 12b6 motion will impact Reed's conspiracy liability. Second, Reed is simply wrong that her liability for conspiracy turns on whether she rendered substantial assistance to Kearney. All that is required is that plaintiffs plead that Reed and Kearney engaged in an underlying tortious act in which they acted in concert in furtherance of common design or agreement. Nevertheless, the AC alleges that Reed did far more than substantially assist Kearney. It alleges that she directed his conduct in furtherance of their conspiracy. Likewise, Count 10 alleges a non-exhaustive set of actions that Reed took in furtherance of the conspiracy that went far beyond substantial assistance to Kearney. Reed's reliance on Kirker versus Hill is misplaced. In Kirker, the court considered the reinstatement, second, of torts when analyzing whether the plaintiff's civil conspiracy claim should be dismissed. The court drew on the restatement's commentary that one may be liable for the tort of another where he provides substantial assistance. In the commission of that tort, the court did not conclude that such assistance was an element of conspiracy that must be pled, rather querying whether a defendant has provided substantial assistance to a co-conspirator is one analytical approach to assessing whether the facts alleged support the claim. The court found that the plaintiff's general allegation that the defendants had knowingly provided substantial assistance was sufficient to support a conspiracy claim, because such an allegation, bare as it was, satisfied minimum pleading requirements. Contrasting that allegation with another where court found that nowhere is there so much as a hint as to what specifically any of the defendants are supposed to have done in connection with the alleged conspiracy, quoting Kadar Corp versus Milbury. Here, the AC alleges that Reed herself committed torts against the plaintiffs in furtherance of her conspiracy with Kearney. And while the AC certainly alleges that she provided substantial assistance to Kearney, her liability is not contingent on that assistance, where she is alleged to have committed torts of her own. In short, where plaintiffs need not allege that Reed substantially assisted Kearney, the AC and Count 10 specifically allege that she did far more than that. Or the AC sufficiently alleges that Reed aided and abetted Kearney's illegal conduct. Ouchies. Counts 3, 6, and 9, the aiding and abetted counts, allege that Reed aided and abetted Kearney in his defamation and defamation per se, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. Plaintiffs allege that Reed did so by, among other things, providing Kearney with confidential information about plaintiffs to assist and encourage his conduct. It says toward his conduct, but his conduct. To sufficiently claim that Reed aided and abetted him, his commission of these torts, plaintiffs must allege that Kearney committed the relevant tort, Reed knew he was committing the tort, and Reed actively participated in or substantially assisted in his commission of the tort. Well, we know all those three things happened, so. Reed again contends that the aiding and abetting counts depend on the court's resolution of Kearney's Rule 12b6 motion. For the same reasons stated above, that speculative argument is not a basis to dismiss claims against Reed. I don't know why any attorney would argue that. Like, that would be, the court would have to read into the future. Like, that would, like, what? Like, I'm confused as to what our attorneys are doing here. Like, that falls, like, right on its face. Like, and you knew this judge wasn't going to take that because it doesn't make any sense. The court would have to look into the future and say, oh, we already decided whether we're going to dismiss this shit or not. And so, and it doesn't depend on that. So it doesn't make sense. Reed's primary challenge to the aiding and abetting counts relies on a selective characterization of the AC. She asserts that plaintiffs allege only 5 ways in which Reed aided and abetted Kearney, while ignoring broader allegations that Reed fed Kearney non-public information, encouraged his publications, coordinated with him, and helped conceal their relationship. Reed cherry-picks the following language to suggest that it is the only alleged basis for her aiding and abetting liability. Reed continuously and intentionally provided defendant Kearney with non-public and or confidential information about her criminal case and the plaintiffs, whether directly or through an intermediary, in an effort to assist and encourage defendant Kearney's tortious conduct. Notably, Reed omits the language that immediately precedes each of these allegations, among other things, which encompasses the allegations throughout the AC. However, even if plaintiffs' aiding and abetting allegations were limited to those identified by Reed, they're more than sufficient. Sharing non-public information with an individual who would otherwise not have access to it is a clear form of assistance. Kearney used the information that Reed and her counsel surreptitiously provided to him to pursue their campaign of defamation, harassment, and intimidation. At the motion to dismiss stage, the court must accept as true all factual allegations in the complaint and draw any reasonable inferences therefrom in the plaintiff's favor. That's true. And the ultimate inquiry is whether the plaintiffs allege such facts adequately detailed so as to plausibly suggest an entitlement of relief. Baker versus Wilmer. Plaintiffs have sufficiently alleged with adequate detail that Reed aided and abetted Kearney in his defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. The AC sufficiently alleges that Reed intentionally inflicted emotional distress on plaintiffs. To state a claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress under Mass law, a plaintiff must allege that the defendant intended to inflict emotional distress or knew or should have known that emotional distress was the likely result of her conduct. The defendant's conduct was extreme and outrageous beyond all possible bounds of decency and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. The defendant's conduct caused the plaintiff's distress, and the plaintiff's distress was severe. Citing a case from 2014, Reed challenges only the second element, and her entire argument rests on a single incomplete premise, that defamatory statements cannot, as a matter of law, satisfy the extreme and outrageous conduct requirement. That premise, even taken at face value, does not resolve this motion, because count 4 is not a defamation claim. It's a claim that Reed spent 3 years, inter alia, directing a co-conspirator's harassment campaign, hiring an investigator to confront a witness using tactics associated with a convicted sex offender's intimidation operation, and unlawfully disclosing plaintiff's personal identifying information for the specific purpose of enabling third parties to find and confront them. None of that is speech, and Ms. Reed's motion does not mention any of it. Moreover, Reed's authorities do not support dismissal. Involved defamatory blog posts with no alleged investigator, intimidation, disclosure of personal information, or organization of third-party harassment. Cite a case which involved a single statement-based defamation claim repackaged as IIED with no non-speech conduct alleged at all is further afield, and that was the case that was stating. Neither case addresses, let alone forecloses, an IIED claim built on sustained campaign combining defamatory publications with witness intimidation and doxing. Where courts confront that combination, they allow the claim to proceed. In Kaiser versus Kirchhoff, the plaintiffs alleged the defendant subjected them to nearly a 3-year pattern of threats, intimidation, harassment, coercion, and defamation. The court dismissed the companion defamation count for failure to plead the specific defamatory words at issue, which of course the AC here does plead, but denied the motion to dismiss the IEED count outright because the alleged pattern of harassment and intimidation considered as a whole independently stated a claim regardless of the fate of any individual defamatory statement. The same logic applies here with greater force. Unlike the Kirchhoff plaintiffs, the plaintiffs here allege that a private investigator was deployed using tactics drawn from a sexual predator's intimidation playbook. An unlawful disclosure of social security numbers timed to a witness's testimony and a 50-car rally to plaintiffs' homes, conduct that places this case well beyond even Kirchhoff's 3-year pattern of threats and harassment. For the same reasons, Reed's passing challenge to count 7, negligent infliction of emotional distress, should be rejected. Reed separately argues that the April 12, 2023 discovery motion is absolutely privileged and that the complaint's only funneling allegation rests on that filing. Motion 27, citing Akers, blah, 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 blah case. 2 problems defeat that argument. First, Akers bonusing applies California privilege law and is not binding here. And Reed cites no Massachusetts case extending the litigation privilege to a filing made in violation of Supreme Judicial Court Rule 124. The Massachusetts privilege protects statements and related attorney conduct that are part of legitimate advocacy. Jeez. I feel like we must have gone back to Noah's Ark, right? No, they don't have to bring, what do you mean? No, they don't have to bring mental health evidence to show that they were scared or that they were intimidated, dude. It was, the world saw it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could see it when they walk into the courtroom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were followed down the street. There was the whole rolling rally was recorded. All of the mail they've gotten at their own homes, the recorded instances of people stopping by their home. They don't need to provide any like mental health records to prove that. I'm sure they can, but they don't need to. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the plaintiffs ask this court to deny defendant Reed's motion to dismiss and grant any further relief to the court deems just and proper. Okay, so there's a footnote, but it's certificate of service, blah, 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 blah. This is the last one. Okay. I got to pee so bad. Oh, you mean the court case for, wait, who else is restreaming the same person? Are they restreaming the Charlie Kirk case, right? I wanted to cover it, but like they were going over a lot of stuff we already knew, and it was kind of boring. And I was like, oh, I don't know. I want to know what happens to this case. It's important, but like I can't. Like there are 100 people doing it. I'm a smaller channel. What's the fucking point? Like, you know? Give me 1 second, guys. I really gotta pee. I've been drinking water all day. Oh, the Jess drama on every single channel. Yeah, we kind of like skated over a little bit of that. Like she's a fucking wackadoo. We know. Like she says wild shit, and she believes it, and she doesn't have Aiden as a sword and shield. Not much more to say. 1 second, guys. I gotta. I had to pee, goddammit. I had to pee. My bladder. My bladder was full. Drinking water all day. Damn. You know, it's definitely like one of those things we talk about once in a while because they've just lost their fucking minds, right? But it's, you know, right? This is the song that never ends. You guys remember that? It's Lamb Chops, right? From when I was a kid. And it goes on and on. We played a game earlier, Shannon. It was fun. It was a fill in the blank. Breaking news! So-and-so did something. It was fun, actually. That was a long one. My brain hurts now. Basically, all that says in a nutshell is her claims fail because of these reasons. And anti-slaps are hearings that are really only used if there is no factual basis in reality and there's no legal basis for it. That's not true in this case. They have things to show the court that does have a factual basis. Now, the plaintiffs have the right for the court to basically believe what they're saying, right? So, yes, stop singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it's a song. God, I'm old. God, I'm so fucking old. Damn. I know, they're too little time, my friend. I try to do it at night, like just to get it. There's like a reading version of like what bullet points of what happened at court for the Charlie Kirk stuff. So I just kind of go over that at night because like there's too many people covering it, too much larger channels covering it. Yes, it's one of those cases you want to cover, but sometimes like it's 8-hour hearings every day. It's a lot, right? It's a lot. And I would rather like maybe do Baby Shark do 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 do. I apologize. I'm sorry. I said it and now it's gonna be stuck in all y'all's heads forever. Oh my god. I remember when that first came out and I was like, oh, I would rather smash my head off a brick wall than listen to this fucking song one more goddamn time. My kid was little when it came out and I was like,
The love of God, it's in this. Why are we doing this? Girl, 5 a.m. Yeah, that's early. I'm not up that early. Not up that early now that the kids aren't in school. You know, I get to sleep in a little, at least a little bit. At least a smidgel, you know? Or the timestamps. Oh my God, that is hot. Arizona is one of those places where it just gets so fucking hot. Just so hot. I would not, like, fuck a dry heat. 111 is hot, even with dry heat. Like, that's fucking hot. I mean, it's hot here, but not that hot. Not that fucking hot. Why is my phone talking to itself already? See, this is what I mean, you guys. It's just random ass shit out of literally left field. Like, what are we doing here, phone? We're conspiracizing? I think my phone is conspiracizing against me. It also listens to the things that we talk about, and then randomly, all of a sudden, I get these things that pop up, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is it? We can't do it. I don't wanna. Yeah, see, I used to just wake up naturally too at that same time, but like now I stay up a little later, you know, although last night I fell asleep at like 9:30. Hubby was watching something and I was just like, I watched it and then I don't even remember falling asleep. I was like, night night. Right? I couldn't do snakes and scorpions. Nope. I can do bugs. I like camping, so I can deal with like skeeters and spiders and nope. No. I mean, probably all of them. I haven't checked. Let's see what's on Twitter real quick. I haven't really like refreshed the whole like Twitterverse to see because like most people who stream on YouTube also stream there like I do, but not everyone does. So sometimes you can see like a lot of the bigger YouTubers don't stream on multiple platforms anymore, just the one. I get why, because then if you're streaming on multiple platforms, you don't get the views from that platform to YouTube. But, you know, whatever. Whatever. Let's see. Let's refresh this bitch. Okay. I knew about this a while ago. We saw this wild shit. She lied to a judge and on paperwork. We already knew that. Saw this earlier. So this is a part of a filing that Jen McCabe filed, and it says, on June 8, 2023, I testified before a federal grand jury regarding the events of January 28 and 29, 2022. During those proceedings, I was questioned by acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy and Assistant United States Attorney Ann Deach. Following my testimony, both Mr. Levy and Mr. Deach walked me down a hallway into a room where my attorney was waiting. When we were in the hallway, Mr. Levy apologized to me for having to go through the federal grand jury process and informed me that I was a great witness. Mr. Levy then repeated his comments to my attorney when we arrived in the waiting room. I have never been the target of any FBI investigation, nor have I ever been indicted, charged, or prosecuted for anything related to the death of Officer O'Keefe. Ms. Reed never once said in my presence, either to me or anyone else, that she saw or observed Officer O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview Road. Ouch. Deach. Jesus. That guy is going to get himself caught in his own fucking lies at this point, you know? I don't understand why he keeps saying shit. Someone's complaining that Emily D. Baker restricted her comments to her YouTube channel to only subscribers. Subscribing is free, guys, just so we know. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one. I don't think people realize that, like, I put mine on subscribers mode too, only. Because, you know, it keeps the trolls out. It does. And subscribing is free, okay? You just hit the subscribe button and it's fucking free. It doesn't cost you anything, you know? Why is Gilday requiring another in-person meeting to discuss the Karen Reed leak? Because he's not dumb and he knows he needs to have them under oath. That's why. You know, it's wild. Aiden Kearney, Turtle Boy, is not only a vile, lying, manipulative, grifting, misogynist, sicko shithead. He's the biggest hypocrite, which has to do with, I don't know what that's supposed to say, his nastiness, I guess. Wait, what is this? Why is Mike Crawford supporting domestic violence? Oh, no, he didn't. No, he fucking didn't. Mike Crawford does not support domestic violence. That is wild to say that. That's really wild to fucking say that. Like, no, I am a domestic violence victim. No. And Aiden is still trying to call this Tim McGrath, a fucking a DV. Like, bro, I can't.
I can't. I cannot with him. Like, that's what he's been doing, right? Is calling this poor guy domestic violence, like blah, blah, blah. Domestic violence is not okay and should be called out regardless of whether or not it's from the Karen Reid supporter. Cool. You push Lindsay onto a couch, right? That's technically domestic violence. It's definitely abuse. I agree. It should be called out. Should be called out. Yep. Should be called out, Aiden. It's bad. You shouldn't do it. And you recently, I believe, said that you did have that push on the couch. That did happen. You wrestled her for the notes. You admitted it, right? So you're right. It should be called out on you. There is no evidence that any domestic violence occurred for that man. As a matter of fact, there's some police reports that really paint a not so wonderful picture of the person who's claiming that and her behaviors, in my opinion. And so just saying shit with no evidence whatsoever because you don't like the guy to support you anymore is the same behavior over and over you've been doing for 10 years, bud. All you're doing is proving to the world who you are and that you absolutely will do the same thing over and over to anyone who does not agree with you. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's quite amazing. I am going to wrap it up, though, because I am hungry. Right, so you call Will out? Right, so you're going to call your buddy Will out for that? Like, that's documented, and he admitted to it on his own accord way back when, you know? So are we going to call Will out for domestic violence? That's not okay, you know? Yep. Verbal, mental, emotional abuse is still domestic violence and abuse. And I believe you've not only done that, Aiden, to multiple women that you've dated, but followers of yours and people you didn't, you know, you just want to smear. That's still abuse, bud. Still under the definition of domestic violence. Abuse, period, is not good. Abuse, period, is not okay. And you're right, it should be called out. You're a deplorable piece of shit. You're a deplorable piece of human fucking waste, sir. Okay? Leave the fucking Tim McGrath guy alone. For the love of God. All you do is make yourself look stupid as fuck. You make yourself look dumb as fuck. Just saying shit with no evidence, per usual. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. Like, grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. Jesus Christ almighty. Why? Just why? Why the fuck? Why? It literally is, right? Die in a hole. Put you fucking bury you in a hole. You don't like what I said? Bury you in a hole. My hair frizzes no matter what. It just does. I know I'm hungry and I am tired, but I've only been here 4 hours. It's not that long, and I'm going to wrap it up in a second anyway. Yeah, everyone's going to be a hostile witness. Like, send those subpoenas, bitch. See how that works out for you. Your Honor, he's a deplorable piece of shit, and he lied to me. SNL's Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. That guy is so fucking gross. I just said the other day, the only thing the DUI guy has is Karen Reid. That's literally all he has. Every single goddamn fucking thing that pops up with that dude is a picture of him in his thumbnail and Karen Reid case, blah, blah, blah. Karen Reid case, blah, blah, blah. Karen Reid case, blah, blah, blah. Like, buddy, are you aware it's been over for over a year there, bub? There are civil cases happening now. You're still litigating 2 criminal cases that are over. Like, what the fuck? If that's all the content you got, bud, like, jeez Louise. I don't know, bud. I don't know. Maybe time to get some content there, buddy. You know? A little. She's got better skin than I do. That's for sure. Better skin. It looks like she's got some eyelashes on. I love when I curl my hair though, but the humidity, like you guys said, it'll kill it. It just my hair frizzes like no matter what. If I'm out in the humidity, like my hair is not straight and it's not curly, it's wavy, so it just poof, like I stuck my finger in a light socket, you know? Like I stuck my damn finger in a light socket. All right. I am gonna wrap it up in a second because I'm tired and hungry. I need the foods. But I do love your stinking faces. And tomorrow is the Judge Gilday hearing, and that's going to be interesting. I forget what time that is. I got to write down all the times for these. These ones have times on them. These ones don't. I got to look for those. But I'll find out tonight, and just keep an eye out for your notifications and whatnot. Because we're covering that one for sure. That's going to be interesting. So that's happening tomorrow. Then we have the 13th. The 14th, two on the 14th, one on the 17th, one on the 20th. So it's going to be a very long week of hearings and whatnot. Aiden's joke of a mega motion is on the 20th. So we'll see how that goes. On the way out, do me a favor and smash the like button. I'd appreciate that. I would. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed, but most of you are, right? You definitely are. Yeah, you definitely have to catch a replay. The beginning was fun. I'd go like 20 or 30 minutes in and like, that was fun. If you could donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. All of it is in the description of our videos. They're on the screen. There's a Justice chat pinned to the top of the chat. It's also in the description of the video. There's an Amazon wish list. The Justice link works for any debit or credit card and Apple Pay. I love your stinking faces. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.